Hello, everybody. Just gonna do a quick audio check. Looks like it might be a little low. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test. Hope you guys are well. Just bear with me a moment. Audio levels seemed a little low. Okay. All right. Looks like we're good to go. Howdy. Welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for choosing to spend some time with me and listen to part 2 of Michael Newton's Destiny of Souls, new case studies of life between lives. There are 70 cases in total. And this book continues to help expose the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap that we are all living in, both here on Earth and its attached subrealms of control. If you are new to the concept, I welcome you and just urge you to please withhold what you previously may have thought this book represented and what the experience here on Earth is like and how it pertains to the astral realm, because nothing is as it seems. And the more people who find this out, and the sooner people find this out, the better. And I also encourage everyone out there who is in the know about this most important topic to please do your part by either spreading the word through your own personal research, or sharing my videos or others who are working in this topic, doing some small part to spread awareness. Doesn't have to be big, but just try and do something so other people can find out as well. So it's really, really important. It's not a fun topic to learn, but it's the most rewarding truth you can ever discover while here in a body. There really is no more important truth than this, besides kind of looking within, and that's involved with this topic too. So but to the ones out there who are having trouble with coming to terms with this, I promise it gets better. It's never going to be perfect, but it does get better. And at the end of all this is an extremely positive message. And that message is one of sovereignty and liberation, and doing your own thing, and not having to worry about coming back here or being involved under the thumb of the attached realms to this place. And we'll get into more of that in this video to an extent, and then also in the future series coming out on how to prove and research the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap for yourself. I understand my presentation style isn't for everyone, and that's completely fine, but my presentation is not required at all. Everyone here can research this material on their own. You have access to the same information I do. It's just a matter of piecing it together. So those new to the concept, I've got previous videos on the topic, quite a few of them, and I have that research guide series that will be coming out in the near future. The first 2 segments, hopefully soon. So you can prove it to yourself. You can see the fuckery for yourself, right up in your face. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just like any other truth you may learn in life that was hidden. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? It's just the way this freak show works down here. Anyways, so today we are starting off with chapter 3 in Destiny and Souls. Last stream we went quite a while, and we'll probably go quite a while this stream as well. There will be at least one break for 5 minutes, possibly 2, depending on how far we go. So what we're going to do is do chapter 3. That will be 81 minutes roughly. And because of commentary, sometimes it takes a little longer. So I might sneak a break towards the end of that, or just after chapter 3. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. And so without any further ado, let's get rolling here.
Three, earthly spirits, astral planes. When my hypnosis subjects describe their ascent into the spirit world as rising through misty layers of translucent light, I am reminded of the astral planes we read about in Eastern texts. I must confess that I am not at all attracted to the rigid stair-step quality of exactly 7 planes of existence, from low to high, which come from Eastern spiritual philosophy. This is due to the fact that my clients see no evidence of all these planes. It is a human failing to label concepts as a means of codification. In my descriptions about the spirit world, I am as guilty of this practice as everyone else. Perhaps it is best that we simply take those precepts which make spiritual sense to us and reject the rest, regardless of the age of certain ideas or who tells us they are true. The reason for my objections to a rigid formula of specific planes of existence, from Earth to a Godhead, is that these states are unnecessary inhibitors. All my research with subjects in a higher state of consciousness indicates to me that upon death, we go directly from one astral plane around Earth through the gateway into the spirit world. It does not matter if my subject is a young soul or a highly advanced older soul. Right after death, they all tell me their soul passes through a dense atmosphere of light around the astral plane of Earth. This light has patches of darkish gray, but no impenetrable black zones. Many describe a tunnel effect. All souls from Earth then quickly move into the bright light of the spirit world. This is a single ethereal space without zones or barriers around it. In the spirit world itself, all the so-called spaces or places available to the reincarnating soul are congruent. For instance, the Akashic record traditions of Eastern thought don't appear to my subjects as being on some fourth causal plane separate from other functional areas. My subjects call these records life books.
Okay. Just before he goes too farther in there, I thought, excuse me. What he describes with the white light tunnel, I know a lot of people here already know, but the white light tunnel is basically your crossing over area. It's a trap. It is, from what I can tell, based on pre-birth memories, even some very select past life regressions that I ran across. They're few and far between with this specific thing I'm about to say. But the point is it's said. Now, there's no doubt in my mind the white light is a trap, okay? And so is the life review and all that stuff. It's all designed to manipulate you and to get you back down here into another body at some point. Now, what some people say, again, there's not a ton of statements on this, but there's enough that it makes me think about it. And it's also represented in the movie Soul. So as you're going towards the white light, and it's got this hypnotic effect. That we know is absolutely true. We've seen it 1,000 times in near-death experiences. But some people will say that that is the moment when their memories get zapped, when they have basically fully gone through that light. Okay? And some have said it's the worst thing they can ever have a recollection of in their memory, especially in these pre-birth memories. When they say it's the worst experience they ever had. Now, when you're watching the movie Soul, it has the souls jump going into the white light, and you hear a zapping sound. Okay, so there is a little bit of comparison to put out there with that. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and let's just keep going. I don't want to ramble on too much.
Which are stored in symbolic libraries that are seen adjacent to other spiritual places. I acknowledge there is much beyond the spiritual experience of the reincarnating soul, and therefore out of my range of inquiry. Perhaps the whole idea of cosmic planes is basically an attempt to conceptualize stages of ethereal awareness, as opposed to movement prevented by barriers. Historically, specific demarcations of planes that enclose the underworld, designed for certain unworthy souls, have been more prevalent in human thinking. I will discuss this further in Chapter 6. When my subjects tell of traveling interdimensionally, I suppose one could interpret this as soul movement through planes. The term plane is not used nearly as much as the words levels, edges, borders, and divisions, except when a client refers to Earth. People in hypnosis report that within the astral plane surrounding Earth, alternate or coexistent realities are part of our physical world. Apparently, within these realities, non-material beings can be seen by some people in our physical reality. I have been told of multitudes of interdimensional spheres that are used by souls for training and recreation from the spirit world. Spiritual boundaries can be as small as the glass-like divisions between cluster groups, or as large as the zones between universes. I am told all spatial zones have vibrational properties that allow for soul passage only when their energy waves are attuned to the proper frequency.
Yeah, and the proper bullshit too. There's no doubt that everything is most likely based on energy and frequency. Okay, but kind of what you're getting a feel for with what he's saying is, it's almost like the worthiness kind of thinking, where you're, maybe if you vibrated and were at a certain energy spectrum, maybe you'll get the pass. Maybe you'll be able to join in and be with this other realm or whatever.
The more developed souls explain that absolute time as we know it does not seem to exist in these areas. Does the physical world of Earth have similar characteristics that are unseen by most of us? I had a thoughtful client who wrote me the following after his...
Sorry to interrupt again. Let's just also say that near-death experiences and people who go... Anyone who goes out of their body will tell you... Well, not anybody, but the point is it's said overwhelmingly enough that we know that it's true. That time does not exist outside of here. Okay? And the way we experience time. So it's perfectly, it lines up. So it shouldn't be a surprise to most of you.
Session. Working with you has made me realize that our reality is like a movie projector, showing us images on a three-dimensional screen of sky, mountains, and seas. If a second projector, with its own imprint of alternating light frequencies and space-time sequences, was synchronized with the first, both realities could exist simultaneously, with material and non-material entities in the same zone. If what people in a trance state tell me about this system has validity, etheric beings would be capable of existing in different realities within the same astral plane surrounding Earth. Indeed, on Earth itself. The vibrational energy forces around Earth are in constant flux. It seems to me that if these magnetic fields change density, they would produce cyclic variations over centuries of human time. Therefore, we may be more or less receptive to viewing spirits on Earth in any given century. Perhaps the ancients really could see more than we do in the modern world. Nature spirits.
One other thing I'm going to say about humanity in this time period, excuse me, and how it relates to seeing spirits. Now, anyone can have these experiences, but I think because they happened more so back in the day, he's referring to ancient times specifically, I think the reason that was occurring is because people were more open to it. When you have a society that has, in a world that has been completely messed with, you're going to not be as open to these things. For instance, if you grow up in a materialistic mindset, what you're going to experience is mostly materialism. You're not going to be as receptive to seeing spirits, so they may not show themselves to you as much, but they certainly could be working in the background without you necessarily being aware of it. So just wanted to throw that out there.
On a national TV show, a woman reported that she had seen elves in her vineyard. She said that in the beginning she only heard them and was a little concerned about her sanity. In time, she was able to talk to them, and a few became visible to her. She described them as being about 2 feet high, with pointed ears and wearing baggy pants. Of course, many people in her area thought she was crazy when this news got out. The advice she received from these beings about what to use in her soil to increase the quantity and quality of grape production over that of the neighboring farms soon caused many of them to take her more seriously. When the story was released, this woman was invited to have her brainwaves tested. When her senses were stimulated, it was found that portions of her brain were capable of a much higher energy output than normal. I had a client who also claimed to have such abilities. She was an old soul, and in a deep trance state said, "Fairy folk were here long before the rise of our civilizations, and have never left. Most of us do not see them today, as in ancient times, because they are so old, their density has become very light, while our earth bodies still have heavy energy." I questioned her further, and she added, "While a rock has a 1D density, a tree would be a 2D, and our bodies are at the 3D level. Thus, the beings of nature would be invisible, with a transparency registering between 4D and 6D. When I think of the woman who saw elves in her vineyard, I see a picture in my mind. If we could look at Earth with X-ray vision, it might resemble a series of overlaid, clear plastic topographical sheets. These vibrational energy layers vary in density and denote alternate realities to me. Certain gifted people might be able to see within these layers, but most of us are unable to do so. It is also my belief that much of our folklore comes from the memories souls have of their experiences on other physical and mental worlds. What they have to say about these experiences while under hypnosis conforms in some respects to the myths and legends of Earth. These soul associations include spirits in trees and plants, as well as connections to the elements of air, water, and fire. Folklore and soul memory will be explored further in later chapters. Ghosts. Many researchers into the paranormal have written about ghosts. I do not consider myself proficient in this field, although I have had some exposure with souls as ghosts. At my lectures, I am often asked how benevolent spirit guides can allow these beings to wander around, lost, unhappy, and alone. My contribution to the study of ghosts will be to review what I feel are some misconceptions, and to explain this phenomenon from the perspective of the ghost, rather than from those who see them on Earth. When I began to devote my hypnotherapy practice exclusively to the study of life between lives, it took years before a client came to me who had been a ghost for an appreciable amount of time after a former life. I don't consider short-timers ghosts in the traditional sense. For instance, I had a client who died young in a schoolhouse fire while saving the children. This teacher stayed around town for some months afterward, just checking on the kids and other people who were grieving at her untimely death. When I asked what prompted her to finally leave, she said, "Oh, eventually I got bored." I have come to the conclusion that only a small fraction of souls have ever been ghosts, beyond the normal amount of time it takes for the new discarnate to adjust before leaving Earth. I don't believe we are being haunted by that many ghosts around the world. The cases which follow will demonstrate that our guides do not compel or coerce us to move into the spirit world, if our unfinished business is so overpowering that we do not want to leave Earth's astral plane. I find this is especially true if the soul has a permissive guide. Some guides have much more of a hands-off approach. Then, too, our guides typically don't make personal appearances next to us at the moment of death at ground zero.
Oh, but they do sometimes. They do. I think that's a little bit of a minimization there. Because they do. They don't always show up. Sure, he's right about that, but they do. And they have an agenda on their mind. Again, all sorts of crazy stuff can happen leading up to your death, especially the day of, the day of. There are a few days before. So all sorts of crazy activity. You talk to a hospice nurse. I've talked to so many hospice nurses, and they will tell me that they'll be in a room with a patient, and that patient will be flat out talking with something. Usually it's a deceased family member, a very close friend. It's always someone who's deceased. Family member, very close friend, sometimes a pet, sometimes a religious figure. The point is it happens. And what I like to kind of put with that kind of thing, sorry for repeating myself there. The way I like to look at that is it's almost like a primer, like a pump primer, to get you to a point where you're being massaged, you're being wooed by something you truly connect with and believed in and most likely loved dearly in your life while you were here in the physical. And that thing's job that you're interacting with, that creepy ass entity that's trying to pretend to be someone that you love dearly, is trying to get you to reincarnate by bringing you, asking you, oh, your time is almost up. It's almost time for you to come with us. And they'll relive sometimes an amazing experience that they had. I don't want to drone on too much, but the point is these things are in place for a reason. And their job is to get you to consent. Consent to going with them and giving away yourself.
For most souls, the pulling sensation right after death is gentle and only grows more deliberate as we leave Earth's astral plane. There is no question that higher beings are instantly aware of our death. Yet the wishes of the deceased are respected. Keep in mind that time means nothing in the spirit world. Discarnates don't have a linear clock in their heads, so staying behind for days, months, or years doesn't have the same relevance as with incarnates. A ghost who has haunted an English castle for 400 years and finally returns to the spirit world may feel in spirit time this amounted to 40 days, or even 40 hours. Some people have the misconception that ghosts don't know they are dead, or how to escape their situation. Yes, in a sense they are trapped, but this is a condition of mental obstruction, rather than any material hindrance. Souls are not lost in some confined astral plane, and they do know they have made a transition out of life on Earth. The ghost's confusion lies in the obsessive attachment they have to places, people, and events where they can't let go.
And their body.
These actions of self-displacement are voluntary, but special guides called Redeemer Masters constantly watch for signs that the known disturbed spirits are ready to exit.
Redeemer Masters. Redeemer Masters.
We have the right to self-determination, even with our death experience. Spiritual guides will honor poor decision-making. From what I have been able to observe, ghosts are less mature spirits who have trouble freeing themselves from earthly contaminations. This is particularly true if their stay in limbo is for prolonged periods in Earth years.
And you got to think about it. If someone has those attachments, as it pertains to the soul trap, the system loves it. It's not worried. If a person dies and they're lingering around and they're obsessing about all the materialistic stuff, their body, their family, their car, their house, whatever the hell it is, then that's great for the system. The system is not going to worry at all. They're going to be, okay, well, we got more better people to deal with. We'll come back to this one. We're not going to have a problem at all. So that's how I see it.
The reasons for staying behind are varied. Perhaps the life ended in an unexpected manner, which caused a deviation from a major path. These souls may feel their free will has been thwarted in some way. Quite often there was a terrible trauma connected to the ghost's death. Perhaps they want to try and protect a person they care about from danger. In 1994, a young woman driving at night on a road not far from my house in the Sierra Nevada mountains tumbled down a steep embankment and was killed. No one had seen the accident or noticed the wreck 50 feet down the hill, where for 5 days her 3-year-old son clung to life. This accident attracted national attention when it was reported that a passing motorist saw a ghostly apparition of a nude young woman lying on the highway directly above the wreckage. This was a dramatic way for the ghost to be noticed, and it worked, because her child was found just in time to save his life. I find the underlying cause behind disturbed spirits to be a sudden change in their planned karmic direction that they perceive to be not only unexpected, but unjust. The most common cases of ghosts appear to involve souls who were murdered or wronged by another person in life. My next case begins as a typical ghost story, but then reveals how these matters are resolved constructively for the ghost. The Abandoned Soul. Belinda came to see me because of an overwhelming sense of sadness she was unable to comprehend based upon her current life experience. During my intake interview, I learned she was 47 and had never been married. She moved to California from the East Coast after a stormy breakup with a man called Stuart, some 20 years before. Belinda cared for Stuart, but she had broken off their engagement after making a decision to change her life and come west to pursue a new career. She asked Stuart to come with her, but he did not want to leave his job and his family. Stuart pleaded with Belinda to marry him and stay in the area where they had both grown up, but she refused. Belinda told me that Stuart was devastated by her leaving him, but he wouldn't follow her. Eventually, Stuart married someone else. Some years later, Belinda said she met Bert, and they had an intensely passionate relationship for a while, but eventually he left her for another woman. I wondered if this was the source of Belinda's unexplained sadness, but she told me no, she had been hurt, but that it was a good thing she hadn't married Bert. Belinda now realized that besides his being an unfaithful lover, she and Bert were temperamentally unsuited. Belinda added that, for some reason, long before her relationships with men began, she had these strange feelings of abandonment and loss. Case 14. It is my custom to move subjects into their most immediate past life before we enter the spirit world. This hypnosis technique allows for a more natural mental passage following a death scene. I asked Belinda to pick a critical scene to open our discussion about her former life. She chose one of great mental anguish. She said she was a young woman by the name of Elizabeth, living on a large farm near Bath, England, in the year 1897. Elizabeth was on her knees holding the coattails of her husband, Stanley, who was dragging her through the front doorway of their manor house. After 5 years of marriage, Stanley was leaving her. Dr. N. What is Stanley saying to you at this moment? Subject now begins to sob. He says, I'm sorry about this, but I need to get away from this farm and go out to see the rest of the world. Dr. N. How do you respond, Elizabeth? Subject. I am imploring, begging Stanley not to leave because I love him so much, and that I will try harder to make him happy here. My arms are aching from holding his coat and being dragged down the hall to the front steps. Dr. N. What does your husband say? Subject, still crying. Stanley says, It's not you, really. I'm just sick of this place. I'll be back. Dr. N. Do you think he means it? Subject. Oh, I know a part of him loves me in some way, but his need to escape this life and all he has known since he was a boy is too overpowering. After this statement, my subject's body begins to shake uncontrollably. Dr. N., after soothing her a bit. Tell me what is happening now, Elizabeth. Subject. It's about over. I can't hold him any longer. My arms are not strong enough. They hurt. Subject rubs her arms. I fall down the rest of the steps in front of the servants. I don't care. Stanley gets on his horse and rides away, while I watch helplessly. Dr. N. Do you ever see him again? Subject. No. I only know he went to Africa. Dr. N. How do you maintain yourself, Elizabeth? Subject. He left me the estate, but I do not manage it well. I let most of the staff and workers go. In time, we have almost no livestock, and I am barely subsisting. But I cannot leave the farm. I must wait for him should he finally decide to come back to me. Dr. N. Elizabeth, I now want you to go to the last day of your life. Give me the year and the circumstances leading up to this day. Subject. It is 1919. Subject is 52. And I am dying of influenza. I haven't put up much resistance in the last few weeks because I have just been existing. My loneliness and sorrow, the struggle to keep the farm going. My heart is broken. I now take Elizabeth through her death scene and attempt to bring her into the light. It is no use because she remains grounded to the farm. I soon discover this rather young soul is about to become a ghost. Dr. N. Why are you resisting moving up away from Earth's astral plane? Subject. I won't go. I can't leave yet. Dr. N. Why not? Subject. I must wait longer at the farm for Stanley. Dr. N. But you have waited for 22 years already, and he has not returned. Subject. Yes, I know. Still, I just can't bring myself to go. Dr. N. What do you do now? Subject. I hover as a spirit. I talk to Elizabeth about her ghostly appearance and behavior around the farm. She does not zero in on Stanley's energy vibrations to locate him anywhere in the world, as an experienced soul would do. Further questioning indicates that Elizabeth has the idea that if she can scare away any potential buyers, the estate might remain in the family. Indeed, the property does sit idle with no new occupants, because everyone in the district knows it is haunted. Elizabeth tells me she flies around the manor house crying over her abandonment. Dr. N. How long do you wait for Stanley in Earth years? Subject. 4 years. Dr. N. Does this seem like a long time for you? What do you do? Subject. It is nothing. A few weeks. I cry and moan over my sadness. I can't help it. I know this scares people, especially when I knock things over. Dr. N. Why do you want to scare people who have done you no harm? Subject. To express my displeasure at what was done to me. Dr. N.
Just think about the level of attachment here this poor thing is dealing with. It's just sad to hear.
Please explain to me how all this comes to an end. Subject. I am called. Dr. N. Oh, you have asked for a release from this sad situation? Subject. Long pause. Well, not actually. Sort of. But he knows I am about ready. He comes and says to me, Don't you think this is enough? Dr. N. Who says this to you, and what happens? Subject. The Redeemer of Lost Souls calls to me, and
Oh, the Redeemer of Lost Souls. There's something very similar depicted in the movie Soul, where these lost souls are roaming around, and they basically get picked up. And I kind of think this is what's being expressed in the book here. Very similar thing. I think these redeemers of lost souls are basically put in place to, move it along. It's like, yeah, we know we got you and all this stuff, but it's time to get in a body. Okay, well, we've had enough. We've waited long enough. It's time for you to get up with us and time to reincarnate in another body. Of course, they're not saying that, but that's where it leads.
I move further away from Earth with him, and we talk while waiting. Dr. N. Just a minute. Is this your spirit guide? Subject. Smiles for the first time. No, we are waiting for my guide. This spirit is Doni. He rescues souls like me. That's his job. Dr. N. What does Donnie look like, and what does he say to you? Subject laughs. He looks like a little gnome with a wrinkled face and a top hat which is all beat up. His whiskers shake when he talks to me. He tells me if I want to stay longer I can, but wouldn't it be more fun to go home and see Stanley there? He is very comical and makes me laugh, but he is so gentle and wise. He takes me by the hand, and we move to a beautiful place to talk more. Dr. N. Tell me about this place, and what happens to you next? Subject. Well, this is a place for grieving souls like me, and it looks like a beautiful meadow with flowers. Donnie tells me...
What's up with the constant astral realms with meadows and flowers and beautiful running streams? I mean, this is like... It's like they know humanity, of course, connects on nature with some level. So it's a really good tactic to use if most of humanity can relate with the beauty of nature, even though it has its opposite sides, of course, its ugliness. It's a good go-to tactic to set up a realm that you would take lost souls to, and in near-death experiences we see this mentioned quite a bit, so it's a fairly common thing to see, and it seems like they take them along for the same realm if they're lost and wandering.
To be joyful, and he infuses my energy with love.
Or at least at a minimum with this case. Sorry, I'll just rewind that.
Well, this is a place for grieving souls like me, and it looks like a beautiful meadow with flowers. Donnie tells me to be joyful, and he infuses my energy with love and happiness, and purifies my mind. He lets me play like a child again among the flowers, and tells me to chase the butterflies while he rests in the sun. Dr. N. It sounds wonderful. How long does all this go on? Subject, rather put off by my question. For as long as I want. Dr. N. During this time, does Donnie talk to you about Stanley and your behavior as a ghost? Subject reacts with distaste. He absolutely does not do that. The Redeemer is not Tishin. Subject's guide. Those questions will come later. This is my time to rest. Donnie's old face is so full of kindness and love. He never scolds. He just encourages me to play. His job is to bring my soul back to health by helping me cleanse my mind. After Elizabeth's energy is rejuvenated, Donnie escorts her to Tishin and kisses her goodbye. Then the preliminary evaluations begin as with a normal orientation.
Now see, you hear about this energy rejuvenation thing too. This is another thing that pops up, particularly with near-death experiences and even in these life between lives cases. It comes up. Why, if you do not have all the bodily trappings, are you dealing with this energy drain? Is it because you're directing so much onto what you miss in the case like this? Or is something else draining energy from you and making it more difficult for you to be rational with yourself, hence losing yourself along the way because you have consented. You've consented to this nightmare, and it's not going to stop until they get their way or you figure it out that you're in the nightmare in the first place. So, just thought I'd throw that in there.
For someone returning to the spirit world, I was able to access this conference with Elizabeth Belinda, and it was instructive. In the beginning, she stated that her life as an abandoned wife was wasted. Certainly, Elizabeth pined away much of her life in suffering without making adjustments or accepting change. Under Tishin's guidance, she saw that this lesson was not wasted. Belinda today is a very independent and productive woman who has weathered many emotional storms. By now, I am sure the listener has figured out that Stanley is Stuart today. When I relate this part of the story to people, some say to me, "Oh, good, she was able to turn the tables on that bastard with the same treatment to get revenge for what he did to her." This thinking shows how we misunderstand karmic lessons. The souls of Elizabeth and Stanley volunteered to assume their roles today as Belinda and Stuart.
Yeah, see, they volunteered. We talk about consent all the time on this channel, and they volunteered. They were nudged and deceived and manipulated, but they agreed. They consented to deal with this fuckery when they got down here, but they planned it all ahead of time prior to even incarnating.
Stuart needed to feel the emotional pain of what he had wrought on Elizabeth. As Stanley, he had made a commitment of marriage in a culture and time when women were quite dependent upon their husbands. Because his action to leave her was swift and uncompromising, it was particularly brutal. This does not excuse Elizabeth, who took no responsibility for making changes in her life. Her suffering and non-acceptance of the situation was so extreme, she ultimately became a ghost. By assuming Stanley's role in her current life, the soul of Belinda had to learn what motivated Stanley's feeling of entrapment in an undesirable location. Belinda was not Stuart's wife when she left the East Coast, so the commitment was not quite the same as Stuart had with her in their former life, when he was Stanley. Yet in this life they were lovers again, and Stuart felt forsaken by Belinda's desire to leave their town, friends, and family to seek adventure and opportunity elsewhere. Because she had the courage to do this alone, Belinda's soul now has acquired the insight that Stanley did not leave her out of a malicious desire to inflict emotional pain. Stanley wanted freedom, and so did Belinda. Belinda has carried the mental imprint of this past life into her life today. From a karmic standpoint, Belinda has a dose of residual sorrow as Elizabeth, which she was unable to comprehend until our session. Belinda told me she still thinks about Stuart, and he probably cannot forget her, since she was his first love. They are soulmates in the same group, and I think it is likely the two of them will assume a new role together in their next life, balancing what they have learned in the last two lives. For those of you who are curious why Belinda had to endure the brief, unrequited love affair with Bert, this was a test. Bert is another member of the same soul group, and he volunteered to trigger Belinda's soul memories of being Elizabeth to see if she had learned to stand up to the emotional pain of a broken heart.
Now, just think about the story that we heard in part 1 about the person who had to deal with 4,000 years of reincarnating because of one hang-up. And if I recall, was it ego or it was, I don't think it was ego. I think it was something else. If someone wants to chime in there, I just had a brain fart. I was totally losing the point here. Anyways, point is they were concentrating on one issue for 4,000 years, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, that one thing. So in this case, we see this quote unquote test to see if she'll fall for it. It's a trial and error type thing, I feel, in this case, where she's being prodded and they just kind of want to see where she's at. I don't know. Oh yeah, it was jealousy. Thank you. I appreciate that, Goldie. So yeah, it was jealousy for 4,000 years. Okay, so we'll continue.
Bert's actions also served as a wake-up call for Belinda to realize in her current life how Stuart felt when she left him. The blade of karma cuts both ways. Spiritual duality. Some years ago, A magazine article recounted the travels of an American woman who was driving through the English countryside and felt inexplicably drawn to a small side road away from her intended destination. Soon she came to a deserted old manor house. The woman was told by the caretaker the house was haunted by a ghost who looked very much like her. Walking around the grounds, she felt an eerie connection to something. Presumably, she was there to help release herself. The two portions of her soul could have been drawn to each other in the same mysterious way that two people living parallel lives with one soul might be if there was a compelling purpose. In Chapter 1, I touched upon the duality of souls and how they are able to divide their energy to live more than one life at a time. A portion of the energy of most souls never leaves the spirit world during their incarnations. I'll discuss soul division further in the next chapter, but splitting soul energy is particularly relevant to the study of ghosts. In my last case, even though Elizabeth was in limbo for a while as a ghost, another part of her energy remained in the spirit world, working on lessons and interacting with other souls. That other portion may also incarnate again and move on to a new life, which is what I believe happened with the woman who found the haunted house. I disagree with some ghost authorities who state that ghostly forms only represent an earthly shell without a soul's core of consciousness. There are life cycles when souls choose to take less energy than they should into a human body. However, even if they become ghosts, such souls are far more than an empty shell of energy.
Now, see, yeah, I completely agree with that. I think there's way more going on with things like ghosts than just them being the disincarnated body of a dead person, okay? And where I kind of separate with him is just like there's all these other phenomena that we are aware of in society, like he was mentioning gnomes or elves or all, even things like aliens and Bigfoot and all those things. They're all, in my opinion, almost like a interdimensional type being. Some of them may even be native to here. And I think there's quite a few of those out there. They're just native to here. They just have a different energy body than us. They're capable of coming in and out of our visual spectrum and in and out of our material world at will. And a lot of times, they're tricksters. A lot of times they like to have fun with people, with humanity. Or they're just minding their own business, doing their own thing, and we just happen to be witness to it. There's a few different things that could be going on there, but it's very arrogant of us to think that there aren't these other beings residing right next to us when all we have are two eyes. We have obviously a consciousness and spirit and soul and all those things which can connect with these things maybe when we're in a deeper resonance or vibrational level in their surrounding area that we share with them. But for the most part, our eyes are extremely limited. Our vision, like the brain, like the body, is a governor for our experience. It mostly renders what's in our point of view, and it's limited. It can only go so far, which is a really interesting thing to research in and of itself, the visual spectrum and how it relates to our body. And I highly recommend doing some homework on that because it's a really, really interesting topic to consider. And when you see how little that we're not seeing, it can open up your mind to a shit ton of possibilities that we might not otherwise have considered before.
One would think that the balance of a ghost's energy remaining in the spirit world ought to be more helpful to their disturbed alter ego still hanging around Earth. From what I hear, most immature souls who cross over are unable to perform this transfer and integration of energy by themselves. The following excerpt is a report I received from the soulmate of a ghost. This ghost is a young level 1 soul who was my subject's first husband. Case 15. Dr. N. You have told me that your first husband, Bob, was a ghost after his last life. Please explain the circumstances here. Subject. Bob became a ghost because he was killed early in our marriage in that life. He was so overcome with despair and concern for me, he wouldn't leave. Dr. N. I see. Can you tell me approximately how much of his total energy he carried with him into that life? Subject nods her head in assent. Bob had only about a quarter of his energy, and it was not enough for him in this mental crisis. He misjudged. Stops.
While they stop, I'll stop. I really am curious about this energy thing. I really get the sense that this is more along the lines of just some parasitic force that is depleting, is able to essentially tap into the spirit and the soul probably that's attached and causing all sorts of problems if they are not going along with the show. If they're not going along for the ride and or not going fast enough to the system's pleasure or the controller's pleasure or whoever the hell is dealing with them at the time or controlling them at the time, I should say, then they likely deal with this energy depletion thing. And just like we know that that applies here on Earth as it pertains to the physical body, they're doing that up there. There's no doubt they're doing it up there. I just wonder how that all is working itself out. I think you obviously must have some consent thing going on there. Say, for instance, they're putting trust in a guide or a master or some bullshit member of their soul group or all these things, okay? So they're putting consent. So if, let's say, Master Jacob is is who you're signed up with. You agree to go along with Master Jacob. Master Jacob is giving you some lessons and this and that. You put all your trust into that. You're consenting. You're consenting to go along with the ride and in turn probably lose your energy when they don't like what you're up to. Or if they just need to feed. Because we know they're feeding off energy. We know that. So why would it be any different up there? If as long as permission's being granted, what do they care? They still got you under their grips.
Dr. N. Not enough for him in this mental crisis. He misjudged. Stops. Dr. N. Do you think that if Bob had taken more of his energy to allow for this contingency, he might not have become a ghost? Subject. Oh, I can't answer that, but I think it would have made him stronger, more resistant to sorrow. Dr. N. Then why did he take so little energy to Earth? Subject. Well, because he wanted to be more engaged with his work in the spirit world. Dr. N. I'm confused about why Bob's guide didn't just make him take more energy to Earth. Subject shakes her head negatively. No. We are not pushed around that way. We are free to make our choices.
All right, here we go again. And in the last book and earlier on in this book, in the part 1, listen, my friends, please. Whenever there is a hint of some sort of probing by Michael Newton to the patient that implies some sort of force or unwillingness, the response is always in some sort of defensive posture. I don't know if you guys picked up on that or not yet, but it's it's showing itself that it's a regular thing, which is very, very interesting. So I'm just going to rewind that part just a little bit because I think it's really important to take note of that.
Dr. N, I'm confused about why Bob's guide didn't just make him take more energy to Earth. Subject shakes her head negatively. No. We are not pushed around that way. We are free to make our choices. And Bob didn't have to become a ghost, you know. Bob was advised to take more, but he is stubborn, and he was also considering another life at the same time. A parallel life. Dr. N, let me make sure I understand. Bob underestimated his capacity to function more normally in a crisis, with a body having only 25% of his energy capacity? Subject, sadly. I'm afraid so. Dr. N, even though in death that body was gone? Subject, it didn't matter. The effects were still with him, and he didn't have enough strength to combat the circumstances. Dr. N, how long did Bob stay a ghost before the rest of his energy was restored to him in the spirit world? Subject, not long, about 30 years. He couldn't seem to help himself. Lack of experience. Part of his lesson. Then our teacher was called by, those beings who patrol Earth watching over the disturbed ones, to go get the rest of him to come home. Dr. N.
Those beings that control Earth, just those beings that control Earth, those things.
They have been called the redeemers of lost souls by some people. Subject. That's a good name for them. Only Bob's soul wasn't lost exactly. Only tormented. Souls in...
And I'm sorry to pause it again, but I just want to add this in really quick, that when we come here, we've all experienced this. We're all experiencing it now. I don't care what anyone says to me. No one is immune from this. We all have limits on how much we can access of our true essence. As time goes by and you wake up, yes, more things absolutely open up. The door's open, so to say. All right? And we're tapping more into our true essence. But just like Bob is lacking, or is at 25% capacity, okay? We come here and experience the same thing, okay? Otherwise, we would not have had to go through all this to essentially wake up and be in tune with the world. You get what I'm saying? So, even though, yes, we can slowly chip away at that, these are likely agreements that we made prior to coming for God knows what reason, under God knows what circumstance, and we're dealing with it in the here and now. But that's all right. Don't worry about it. It's just the way things are for now. It won't be that way forever.
Lost, exactly. Only tormented. Souls in seclusion. My next case involves a more advanced subject who provided me with details about entities who are not ghosts, but won't go home after death. As the case unfolds, we will see that there are two motivating factors that drive these types of souls into seclusion. Case 16. Dr. N. Are there people who die who are not ready to return to the spirit world? Subject. Yes, some souls who are released from their physical bodies don't want to leave Earth. Dr. N. I suppose they are all ghosts? Subject. No, but they can be if that is their desire. Most are not. They simply don't want to be in contact with anyone. Dr. N. And their spiritual energy does not go home right after death? Subject. That's right, except there is a part of their energy which never left the spirit world. Dr. N. So I have heard. But let me ask if you consider these secluded souls as short-timers, Or do they stay in limbo for a long time in Earth
Fuck short timers, last timers.
years? Short timers. Or do they stay in limbo for a long time in Earth years? Subject: It varies. Some want to return as quickly as possible in a new body. These souls don't want to give up their physical form for any length of time. They are different from most of us who want to rest and go home to study. Many of this type have been real frontline warriors on Earth. They want to maintain a continuity with their physical life. Dr. N: Well, it is my understanding that our guides won't permit us to be in some kind of holding pattern near Earth and go right into a new life. Don't these souls know they must go through the normal process of returning back to their groups, receiving counseling, studying their lessons, and taking some part in the selection of a new body?
Yes, that is from everything we can tell how it works, but it isn't. There is an expedited process, it seems, for those that are more compliant. There's a few different scenarios. The one for the more compliant, and then the other thing with reincarnation cases specifically. A lot of them have had violent deaths, and it seems, based on Dr. Ian Stevenson's work in the University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies, and Dr. Jim Tucker, and even some of the musings by Dr. Raymond Moody, who does mostly near-death experiences. It seems that if someone dies a violent or unexpected death, they end up back here much quicker. Much, much quicker. And you got to remember, time doesn't really exist up there, too. So they go through all this stuff. They go through the light, they go through the life review, are reunited with the soul group, they go through these bullshit soul classes that we do not have. We have barely any information on what the hell is going on those things. And then they're pushed through, they pick out a new body, they pick out, possibly a new career, some sort of life path script, along with those that are involved in their soul group. Sometimes there's actually a lot of times there's interference in doing so, manipulation, deception on the process, and but you agree to it. That's the point here, brothers and sisters. You agree to it. So it's a harsh kind of acceptance to think that, but yeah, that's the way that's the way it is. Yeah, Hattie brings up a great point. Yep. Dr. Ian Stevenson's book, Reincarnation in Biology and the Study in Birthmarks, absolutely incredible. Highly, highly recommend that for anyone on the fence about reincarnation. And there is going to be a reincarnation segment coming up, very in-depth on the channel. That's going to be part of the research guide, so you can prove the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap to yourself. So don't want to drone on too much, but yes, excellent, excellent work by Dr. Ian Stevenson.
Subject: Laughs. You're right, but the guides don't force those in extreme distress to return home until they see the benefits of doing so. Dr. N: Yes, but they won't give them a new body right away until after some sort of period of readjustment. Subject shrugs.
Indoctrination.
Yes, that's true. Dr. N: Is it also true that other disturbed souls don't want to go back to Earth and won't go back where they belong in the spirit world either? Subject: That's right, another type. Dr. N: But if both soul types don't prowl around Earth as discarnates, bothering people as ghosts, should I be calling them disturbed when all they want is to be left alone? Subject: They are divergent. Their actions are the result of something unfinished, dramatic, overwhelming. They are unwilling to let go, and this conduct is not usual. They won't talk to their teachers because of the extent of their unhappiness.
It's always unfinished business this, unfinished business that. It's always these hang-ups, these never-ending hang-ups, constantly. Karma this, karma. It's always something. Always something. It's never ending.
Dr. N, why don't their guides just take charge and pull them up deeper into the spirit world, despite their resistance? Subject: if souls were forced to do what is right for them, they would learn nothing from getting into a funk and shutting themselves up from everyone. Dr. N, okay, but I still wonder why the souls who want to come back right away, with no stopovers in the spirit world, can't just be given a new body immediately. Subject: can't you see that placing a disturbed soul into a new body would be totally unfair to a baby just starting life? These souls have a right to be in seclusion, but they will eventually make the decision to ask for assistance. They must come to the conclusion they can't progress alone. Being given a new body won't help them. Dr. N, where do the souls go who don't want to wander the earth as ghosts but won't go home? Subject, ruefully: it's any space they want to create for themselves. They design their own reality with memories of a physical life. Some souls live in nice places like a garden setting. Others, those who have harmed people, for instance, design terrible spaces for themselves, like a prison, a room with no windows. In these spaces, they box themselves in so they can't experience much light or make contact with anyone. It is a self-imposed punishment. Dr. N, I have heard that disturbed souls, the ones associated with evil, are taken into seclusion in the spirit world. Subject, that's correct, but at least they are ready to face the music and have their energy healed properly, with love.
At least they are ready to face the music. See? It's right there in our face, guys. They're saying right there, until there's some compliance around here, well, sure, you can go build yourself a box with no windows and stay in it, or you can build yourself like the Astral Club guy. Remember, he had his beautiful cottage by a lake, was just wanted to be left alone. Anyone who hasn't heard that video, definitely go check it out. It's absolutely mind-blowing if the account is actually accurate. It's called Parasite at the Astral Club, something along those lines. There's really no end in sight to this stuff. It's the system in place is there. It will give you a little breathing room, but you're going to be in your own self-exiled hell or utopia, and then eventually something is going to come along and tug you away from that, regardless of whether you want to or not. It's just a matter of time. It might not happen the first attempt that they come, the second, or whatever, but they'll eventually get you, and then you'll go through the whole process of soul classes, yada, 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 pick out a new body, and you'll end up back down here.
And care. Dr. N, can you give me some indication of how our guides deal with all types of souls in self-imposed exile? Subject, they give them time to sweat it out. This is a challenge for teachers. They know these souls are concerned about their evaluations and the reactions from their soul groups. They are full of negative energy and not thinking clearly. It may take many reassurances by those who wish to help them before these souls agree to give up their self-imposed places of confinement. Dr. N, I assume there are as many techniques of persuasion as there are guides? Subject, sure, depending upon the range of skill. Some teachers will not go near a disturbed student until that soul is so sick of being in seclusion they voluntarily call for help. This can take quite a while.
See, they voluntarily call for help. So if someone doesn't stop by, they reach a point where they are actively consenting and calling out to something. Again, the consent. That's where it's at.
Pause, then continues. Other teachers drop in often for chats. Dr. N. Eventually, will all these disturbed souls release themselves? Subject. Pause. Let's put it this way. Eventually, all will be released one way or another through different forms of encouragement, laughs, or persuasion. Those of you who are familiar with my work know that I have strong convictions about the influence soul memory has on human thought. The isolation and solitude of souls expressed in Case 16 might well give one the impression of a Christian purgatory as a place of atonement. Could this religious concept have sprung from the fragmented soul memories of seclusion in the spirit world, only to be subverted on earth? There are similarities and great differences between my findings about soul seclusion and purgatory as defined by the Church. Christian doctrine has purgatory as a state of self-purification for those who must eliminate all traces of sin before proceeding on to heaven. I hear that some souls in seclusion undergo self-cleansing, while others may require energy restoration. However, we don't come out of seclusion totally purified, or there would be no need to reincarnate again. Also, soul confinement is not banishment. In recent years, the less conservative elements of the Christian Church do not stress hell as much as in the past.
Or there would be no need to reincarnate again. The never-ending excuses. I'm sick of the excuses. I don't want to hear excuses anymore. And that's what I'm trying to put forth when I'm showing this stuff, because I am so sick of everything being explained away as la la la, my head's in the clouds, everything's love and light, there's lessons, there's this, there's karma, no, bullshit. Shove it up your ass. I'm not dealing with it. I'm sorry. I get a little upset once in a while, but it's just it's just never ending.
Nevertheless, the Church still rejects universalism, the belief that everyone goes to heaven. To them, souls who die in a state of unrepentant mortal sin bypass purgatory and descend into hell, where they suffer the punishments of eternal fire. To be eternally damned, according to the Church, is a separation from God as opposed to those who are blessed. The Christian churches simply do not accept the concept that everything is forgivable in the afterlife. In my experience, all souls are repentant because they hold themselves accountable for their choices. From all I have learned, soul energy cannot be destroyed or made non-functional, but it can be reshaped and purified of earthly contamination. Souls who demand to be left in solitude after death on earth are not self-destructing. Rather, some feel isolation is necessary out of concern for contaminating other souls with negative energy. There are also souls who don't...
Or maybe they just want to be left the fuck alone. Is that a possibility, Dr. Newton? We ever throw that one out there?
...feel contaminated, but they are not ready to be consoled by anyone. The important thing to keep in mind is that souls have the ownership of their energy, and most ask their guides to be taken to the centers of healing and rejuvenation in the spirit world. These are therapeutic areas away from their soul groups, where there is solitude and time for personal reflection. However, this is a form of directed therapy. The disturbed souls Case 16 talked about had not yet chosen to receive help. All my case histories indicate to me that after death, we have the right to refuse assistance from our spiritual masters for as long as we wish. I have been asked at lectures if the places of self-imposed exile are lower planes or lower worlds.
Self-imposed.
I can't help but feel these ideas come from fear-based dogma.
Of course.
Perhaps it's a question of semantics.
And near-death experiences show that. They prove it. There's no doubt. There's zero doubt when it comes to this. It is self-imposed belief systems that one holds while they're in the physical form that, like dogma, like he mentions, and in turn, if you did some shady shit in life, say you murdered someone or something really extreme, or it could be anything really. It could be something really stupid, but the point is if you're holding it inside you for your life, and it's something that is eating away at you, then what's going to happen is you're going to live out that belief system. So essentially, if you believe you are deserving of going to hell, well, guess what? That's what you're going to experience. And near-death experience research shows this overwhelmingly. There's no doubt. It's a slam dunk. There are, of course, a few little things here and there that you can nitpick away, but no. Any of the top researchers in this field, they all are across the board in agreement that belief-based systems are what drive your experience in the afterlife.
I think a better translation of this state is a self-imposed space, a vacuum of subjective reality designed by the soul who wants to be alone. Separated space away from the soul's spiritual center is one of its own making. I don't see these souls as being lost in some realm divided from the spirit world where others reside. The disjunction is mental. Souls of silence know they are immortal, but they feel impotent. Consider what they do in solitude without help. They relive their acts over and over again, playing back all the karmic implications of what they have done to others and what has been done to them in their last life. They may have harmed others or been harmed by them. Quite often I hear they feel victimized by events over which they had little control. They are sad and mad at the same time. They have no interaction with their soul groups. These souls suffer from self-recrimination and restricted insight. I must admit these conditions fall within some of the definitions of purgatory. Sartre said, "We have an imaginary self of the world with tendencies and desires, and a real self." To this statement I would add that of William Blake. Perception of our true self may threaten mergence with that self. In their space, the souls of solitude have given up their imaginary self for a large dose of self-flagellation. Solitude and quiet self-analysis is an important and normal aspect of soul life within the spirit world. The difference here is that these disturbed souls are not yet ready to seek relief from their torment by asking for help, moving forward and making changes. It's a good thing that these souls make up only a small fraction of the population of souls crossing over each day. Discarnates who visit Earth. There are entities who travel to Earth as tourists and have never incarnated on our planet. Some are quite advanced, while others are maladapts. The character of these beings has been described to me as friendly, helpful, and peaceful, or distant, aggravating, and even contentious.
I'm sorry for the late pause on this, but he used the terminology asked for permission. My Streamlabs froze up, so I apologize for the delay on that. But again, ask for permission. Okay, hear that? Ask, consent, calling out to something, giving yourself away in exchange to something else to quote-unquote aid and help you.
For thousands of years, I believe they have been considered in our folklore as beings with the capacity to create both fear and enchantment. Our mythology alludes to the differences between light beings who are airy and whimsical and darker beings who are heavy, with ugly temperaments. Some of these pre-Christian legends have spilled over into current religious beliefs of a light or dark tableau of grace or violence in the afterlife. Quite a number of my subjects have told me that between their lives on Earth, they travel as discarnates to other worlds, both in and out of our dimension. Some explain that they see other non-physical entities on these trips. This is why it has been surprising to me that only occasionally do I receive small amounts of information from clients about encountering other light beings on Earth. My clients see them when they decide to visit Earth as discarnates themselves between lives. The reports are intriguing, as the next case illustrates. Case 17. Dr. N. Since you have described to me how much you enjoy traveling to both physical and mental worlds between your lives, I am curious what you know about other beings you might see when you come to Earth. Subject. They float through our reality here on Earth, just as I do in other dimensions. Dr. N. Do you know many souls who regularly incarnate on Earth that visit here like yourself? Subject. No, as a matter of fact, it's not all that common, but I like to come. Many of my friends enjoy a change in scenery between lives and stay away from Earth. When I come here, sometimes I see strange beings I don't know. Dr. N. What do they look like? Subject. Odd. Strange shapes, wispy or dense. Not human-looking. Dr. N. Let's talk about this. You have told me of the ability souls have in the spirit world to project a human form. What do you and your friends look like as spirits on Earth? Subject. Oh, rather the same. But on a dense world such as Earth, we shift more on the physical side, to add flavor to what we once were here. Dr. N. You mean you are in more of a corporeal state? Subject. Yes, sort of. On worlds such as Earth, we are more defined around the edges, the way we outline a human body in a transparent fashion as soft diffused light. In the spirit world, when we assume body features, say of a former life, we glow all over with full-strength energy. Dr. N. Can a non-physical being, even in a diffused state, be visible to living inhabitants? Subject chuckles. Oh, yes, but only certain people can see us as apparitions, and then not always. Dr. N. Why is that? Subject. It has to do with their level of receptivity, of perception, at certain moments when we are in their area. Dr. N. If you will, please put yourself in the position of a transparent light being on Earth and tell me what you do here. I want you to include any non-human spirits you see who have had no incarnation experiences on our planet. Subject, happily. As visitors, we soar through the mountains and valleys, the cities and small towns. For us, there is a vicarious picking up of the energy of Earth's struggles. It's always interesting to bump into different kinds of beings who are also on tour here. They know Earth's inhabitants are afraid of us, and most of these beings would like to dispel the fear. Yet, those of us from Earth know we can't afford to get entangled with people's lives in any major way. Dr. N.
I can't afford to get entangled in people's lives. These things get entangled in people's lives. What agreements were made prior is unknown, mostly to us. Perhaps some people do have memories, but there's a lot of entanglement going on down here. I don't know if you guys see that, but I do. I mean, it's pretty obvious. There's a lot of interference down here, and a lot of it is consent driven, but at the same time, it thwarts that line in a huge way.
Meaning that some beings from other worlds have no such reservations? Subject. Yes. Dr. N. I assume by entangled, you mean interfering in someone's karmic path? Subject. Well, yes. Dr. N. But why not help people if you can? Subject. Abruptly, and maybe with some guilt. Look, we are not guides assigned to Earth. We are only visitors, as are the others we see here occasionally. It's a vacation trip for all of us. If we come across a condition going bad, we might take a moment to briefly turn ahead toward a better alternative path. We do get pleasure out of nudging people to act in their better interest rather than turning the wrong way.
Boy, that's really worked out well.
Dr. N. If you happen to be in the right place at the right time? Subject. Right, to give a gentle push in a better direction at a crucial moment. Raises voice. No fixing of major trouble spots, you understand. Dr. N. Then you would be considered as good spirits? Subject. Laughs. As opposed to what? Dr. N. In an attempt to draw this subject out. To bad spirits who interfere with life forms for the pleasure of doing harm. Subject. Abruptly. Who told you this? There are no evil spirits, only inept ones, and those who are careless and indifferent. Dr. N. How about sad spirits, or ones who are disoriented, or playful spirits? Can't they cause harm? Subject. Oh, yes, but it is not premeditated evil. Pause, and then adds, not all of us are in the same category, soaring around Earth on a lark. Dr. N. That's what I was getting at. I'm thinking of ghosts. Subject. These are spirits grounded here by their own volition. Dr. N. How about the spirits who are strangers to Earth? Subject. Pause. There are other spirits who travel interdimensionally, who we consider to be maladapts. They do not seem to have any sensitivity to Earth. They are not knowledgeable about human beings. Dr. N. Coaxing. And can they cause problems for the living? Subject. Edgy. Yes, sometimes. Although it might be unintentional.
Edgy. Might be unintentional. I feel like this question's a little... how do I put it? Smells like a little bullshit deception involved with this one. And the reason I think that is because the question is being directed towards something outside of the system. You get me? So what about how it pertains to this system? This system. And all the bullshit going on. Okay? Oh, no. Yeah, well, they could, of course, yeah, sure, things can come in and cause problems. It's a big universe and this and that. Part of me almost feels like, in a way, too, that this place is almost like, it feels almost like off limits in some sense, like just because of how massive and big it is. But I suppose all you got to do is direct your intention there or in a certain area, and you may end up in a place like this. And fly around being like, what the hell's going on here? A lot of low vibrational shit going on up in this place. But I don't know. I don't want to ramble on too much here, but I feel the question could be better directed towards how it pertains to this place and the astral realms attached to it. Just my thoughts.
They are not bad or evil, just clumsy, mischievous children. The younger light beings can get lost between and within dimensions. Their amusements distract them. We consider them as naughty youngsters. These pranksters think Earth is their playground, where they can engage in devilish behavior with susceptible, gullible people and scare the hell out of them. They have a hilarious time before they are caught by one of the rovers, tracker guides, sent to recapture these truants. Dr. N. Is this a common occurrence? Subject. Actually, I don't think so. They are like children who escape from the watchful eyes of parents once in a while.
I mean, it's a little hesitation. I don't think so. Well, what if they really are not coming from somewhere outside of the system? What if they're part of the very system itself? I mean, you're talking about trickery and having fun, playing games in a sense. And I mean, that's what goes on here with a lot of these entities. that are classified as tricksters, and there's tons of them. So, what if there's a misinterpretation here that these things are actually more or less part of the fabric of this reality, and essentially they're quote unquote hired to do this?
Dr. N, so you don't see malevolent spirits directed here by some demonic force? Subject, promptly, no. Sometimes we might run into a dark, heavy entity who is disoriented by the Earth sphere. This place is dense, but they come from places even more dense. Anyway, they want to cling to us because they don't know what they're doing. We call them the heavies because of their lack of mobility. Dr. N, what about the spirits you spoke of who are just indifferent to people on Earth? Subject, deep sigh. Yeah, they can scare people. This is because some of them have a disruptive nature. They are not considerate. Dr. N, bulls in a china shop? Subject, yeah, no adaptation to local customs. Dr. N, and in these cases, with different types of spirits who might be aggravating to the people here, do you try to intervene in some way? Subject, yes, if we come across them acting like rogues, we put a stop to it and try and push them away. This is very infrequent. Most out-of-worlders are serious and respectful. Pause.
You see how they are more worried about them being rogues, okay? Rogues. They're worried about ones that are not part of the overarching system of control. That's the concern. If they're in the system, not a big deal. But the rogue ones, that's where the problem is.
I want to stress that we are not philanthropists. This is our recreation time, and we want to be free of responsibility. Dr. N, okay then. Why would an inept spirit of any sort come to Earth for whatever reason and be allowed to cause trouble, even inadvertently, for the people living here? Do their guides lack good parenting skills? Subject, unruffled. Well, too much monitoring makes for dull children. If they were on a tight leash, how would they learn? They are not going to be allowed to destroy or do great harm. Dr. N, one last question. Do you think that all the kinds of spirits we have been talking about exist in large numbers swarming all over Earth? Subject, not at all. Compared to Earth's population, only a tiny fraction. Judging by my own experience here, there are times when only a few are around, and I may not see them at all. It is not a constant thing. It's more cyclic. There is a mystery to that which is invisible to the living, when only our senses tell us something is there. I wonder if spiritual travelers don't engender memories within us of recognition of what we once were and will be again.
Interesting, the use of the word cyclic. Makes you wonder, do these things come in cycles? Like hordes of them at a time? I don't know. Just throwing it out there. It's an interesting word to use with that.
Demons or devas? I think it is fitting that I close this chapter with a summary of some misconceptions we have about the existence of evil spirits, good spirits, and spiritual influences on Earth. If I step rather heavily on any pet theories of the listener, please understand that my statements come from the reports of many hypnosis subjects in my practice. These subjects do not see the devil or demonic spirits floating around Earth. What they do feel when they are spirits is an abundance of negative human energy exuding the intense emotions of anger, hate, and fear. These disruptive thought patterns are attracted to the consciousness of other negative thinkers who collect and disseminate even more disharmony.
How the hell could they not pick up that energy from here? Seriously. I mean, it's so obvious, right? I mean, that's a big problem here. So it's almost like a homing beacon to these outside forces. Or the ones that are here, and encouraging it. Just some food for thought.
All this dark energy in the air works to the detriment of positive wisdom on earth. The ancients thought demons were flying beings who occupied the regions between heaven and earth and were not particularly wicked. The early Christian church elevated demons to the status of evil rulers of darkness. As fallen angels, they were able to disguise themselves as messengers of God rather than Satan in order to deceive humans. I think it is fair to say that within the more liberal religious communities today, demons represent our own inner misguided passions that can get us into trouble. In all my years of working with souls, never once have I had a subject who was possessed by another spirit, unfriendly or otherwise. When I made this statement at one lecture, a man raised his hand and said, "That is all very well, O great guru, but until you have placed everyone in the world under hypnosis, don't tell me about the absence of demonic forces."
I like that.
Of course, this is a valid argument against my hypothesis that such things as soul possession, evil demons, the devil, and hell don't exist. Nevertheless, I can come to no other conclusion when all of my subjects, even those who came to me with conscious beliefs in demonic forces, reject the existence of such beings when they see themselves as spirits. Once in a while, a client comes to me convinced they have been possessed by an alien entity or some sort of malevolent spirit. I have had other clients who believe an evil curse has been placed upon them from some past life behavior. As my hypnosis regression session moves into the superconscious mind of these people, typically we find one of three conditions. 1. Almost always, the fear proves to be absolutely groundless. 2. Occasionally, a friendly spirit, often a dead relative, has been trying to reach them. My distraught client has misinterpreted the intent of this spirit, who only wished to bring comfort and love. There has been miscommunication between the sender and receiver. Souls have little trouble with telepathy between themselves, but this does not mean all souls are adept communicators with incarnated people. 3. Very rarely, a disturbed, inept spirit has made contact because of some unresolved karmic issues they have on Earth. We saw this in Case 14. Researchers into the paranormal have come up with 3 more reasons which ought to be added to my own as to why certain people believe they have been possessed by a demon. 4. Emotional and physical abuse as a child, which create feelings that the adult abuser represents an evil power who has total control. 5. Multiple personality disorder. 6. Periodic increases in the actions of electromagnetic fields around Earth, which are sufficient enough to disrupt brain activity in a disturbed individual. The possibility that people can be possessed by a satanic being comes right out of medieval belief systems. It is fear-based and the result of theological superstition that has ruined countless lives over the last 1,000 years. Much of this nonsense has dissipated in the last 200 years, but it lingers with the fundamentalists. The exorcism of demons is still practiced by some religious groups. Frequently, I find that clients who come to me with concerns about possession have lives which seem to be out of their control and filled with a variety of personal obsessions and compulsions. People who hear voices commanding them to do bad things are likely to be schizophrenic. They are not possessed. Our physical world may have unhappy or mischievous spirits floating around, but they do not lock in and inhabit the minds of people. The spirit world is much too ordered to allow for such muddled soul activity. Being possessed by another being would not only abrogate our life contract, but destroy free will. These factors form the foundation of reincarnation and cannot be compromised. The idea that satanic entities exist as outside forces to confuse and subvert people is a myth perpetuated by those who seek to control the minds of others for their own ends. Evil exists internally, initiated within the confines of the deranged human mind. Life can be cruel, but...
Okay. I mean, where the hell do you begin with this? is it? I mean, yes, evil does exist within, but it's again, it's perpetrate evil trickles down into society. Okay, let's get real here. Okay, we're not just gonna again excuse away the bullshit. That doesn't happen at this channel. There's no more of that. It drives me crazy when I hear excuses and everything in the book except that perhaps everything in the book is thought of besides the whole reality possibly being bullshit. I mean, the whole reality possibly being a setup and a scam and a deception and a manipulation. I mean, we're hearing it with our own eyes and ears here, okay? And we see it all over the place. And it's all over society. So let's just not excuse things away and call it out for what it is and realize, yes, there's good people, there's bad people. And at the top, the bad ones seem to always have the upper hand here. History proves it. It's undeniable. No one can come here and say any different. It's just the way it is. I wish it was different. I don't take any pride or enjoyment out of sharing that. But I mean, anyone can look at it for themselves. It's obvious that evil rules this realm and always has ruled this realm. And it's time humanity step up and call it out for what it is and stop excusing away the bullshit. It's enough. We're here. We know what's up. And we're going to call it out. And that's the bottom line.
It is of our making here on this planet. Assuming that we are born evil, or that some external force has occupied the mind of an evil person, makes malevolence easier for some people to accept. It is a way of rationalizing premeditated cruelty, preserving our humanity, and absolving ourselves of responsibility individually and collectively as a race. When we see cases of serial killers, or those of children who kill other children, we might label these people as either born killers or under outside demonic influences. This saves us the trouble of finding out why these murderers enjoy inflicting pain by acting out their own pain. There are no soul monsters.
Yes, there's no soul monsters. There's no deception or manipulation in the life script process. It's all for love. It's all for lessons and learning. Yes, it's all one big fat lesson, and you're just supposed to accept it. And while you're there with that acceptance, just consent away to everything. Just give them everything.
People are not born evil. Rather, they are corrupted by the society in which they live, where practicing evil satisfies the cravings of depraved personalities.
I'll give them that. I've talked about that on the show, where a society like we live in has been instigated and driven to this type of bullshit. So it's not just the life script thing, it's the distractions, the deception, and everything that comes along with incarnating here. The systems that you happen to be born into and grow up in and are taught can make people insane and do things they might otherwise not do if they didn't A, have the manipulation in their bullshit life script plan, or B, when they got down here and realized what the hell was really going on. See what I'm saying?
This emanates from the human brain. Studies of the psychopath have shown that the excitement of inflicting pain on others without remorse satisfies an emptiness they feel within themselves. Practicing evil is a source of power, strength, and control for inadequate people. Hate takes away the reality of a hateful life. The warped minds of these executioners tell them, if life is not worth living for me, why not take it away from somebody else? Evil is not genetic, although if a family has a history of violence and cruelty to their children, these acts are often passed on from one generation to the next as learned behavior. Violence and dysfunctional behavior from one adult member of a family is an internal emotional reaction that spills over to contaminate other younger members. This can lead to compulsive and destructive behavior from children of that family. How do these genetic and environmental disruptions to the body affect our soul? What I have found in my practice is that a soul's energy force may, during troubled times, dissociate from the body. There are those who feel they don't even belong to their bodies. If conditions are severe enough, these souls are prone to thoughts of suicide, but usually not taking the life of another. I will have more to say about this condition in upcoming chapters.
Disassociation with trauma. Very common. You basically leave your body, or you quarantine the trauma to a certain, we can say, part of your brain or in the ether, wherever the hell it is, to not face it.
Part of this turmoil stems from conflicts between the soul's immortal character meshed to the temperament of a host brain with all its genetic baggage. There may also be influences of abnormal brain chemistry and hormonal imbalances affecting the central nervous system that might contaminate the soul. Another element I find is that immature souls often have difficulties handling the poor mental circuitry of disturbed human beings. There is a counteraction of the soul self versus the human self. A push-me, pull-you force is struggling to present a single ego to the world and not doing very well in the process. These are internal, not external forces at work. A disturbed mind does not need an exorcist, but a competent mental health therapist. Souls don't represent all that is pure and good about a body, or they wouldn't be incarnating for personal development. Souls come to Earth to work on their own shortcomings. In terms of self-discovery, a soul may choose to act in conjunction with, or in opposition to, its own character in the selection of a human body. As an example, a soul combating tendencies towards selfishness and indulgence might not mix well with a human ego whose emotional temperament is disposed to engaging in hostile acts for self-gratification. Quite often, troubled people have suffered painful environmental trauma, such as physical and emotional abuse as children. They have either internalized themselves, creating a shell to hide behind their pain, or externalized by mentally moving outside their bodies on a regular basis. These defense mechanisms are a means of survival to preserve our sanity. When a client tells me they love to tune out and practice astral projection because the out-of-body experience makes them feel more alive, I look for disturbances. Indeed, I may not find anything other than curiosity.
Or just, it just happens to be your true essence, your true form, and you just want to reconnect with that instead of being a slave to the body. I mean, there's, not just curiosity. It goes a little more than that. It's not some case cracker that it's always related to trauma or this or that. I mean, although it obviously can be.
But an obsession with being away from the body indicates a desire to escape from current reality.
Yeah, you bet.
It is perhaps for this reason I am troubled by the walk-in theory as another escape mechanism. I believe the whole idea of walk-ins to be a false concept. According to the proponents of this theory, tens of thousands of souls now on this planet came directly into their physical body without going through the normal process of birth and childhood. We are told that these possessing souls are enlightened beings who are permitted to take over the adult body of a soul who wants to check out early because life has become too difficult. Therefore, the walk-in soul is actually performing a humanitarian act, according to devotees of this theory.
Yeah.
I call this possession by permission. If this theory is true, then I must turn in my great guru white robe and gold medallion.
Yeah, well, turn it in, because that happens. It does happen. Schizophrenics experience it. I've gone through a bunch of those cases. I talked with Jerry Marzinski, and it's yes, there is some form of agreement going on, but it also messes people up so much that they get comfortable with having these things around. And I'm not going to explain the case that always stands out in my mind because I've talked about it so many times on this channel, but a lot of you already know it. But let's just continue. I don't want to ramble on too much.
Once, in all my years of working with subjects in regression, have I ever had a walk-in soul. Also, these people have never heard of any other soul in the spirit world associated with such practices. In fact, they deny the existence of this act because it would abrogate a soul's life contract. To give another soul permission to come in and take over your karmic life plan defeats the whole purpose of your coming to Earth in the first place. It is deluded reasoning to assume that the walk-in would wish to complete their own karmic cycle in a body originally selected and assigned to someone else.
You know, something to think about with this thing here specifically is imagine if you start to wake up just a little bit, but you're really at the beginning phases of waking up. And the system has its fail-safe mechanisms, like something like this, where it's some sort of massive interference to thwart you from figuring out the scam. I don't know, just something to think about, because I know I went through the dark night of the soul a bunch of times. I know a bunch of people here went through the dark night of the soul a bunch of times. So, I don't know. I think it almost felt with me, it was, it empowered me, but it also scared the living hell out of me a number of times too. So maybe depending on the inner strength one has, is whether or if they're capable of being corrupted and thrown off their quote-unquote path. I don't know.
If I am a senior in a high school trigonometry class, would I leave my class and go down the hall to a freshman algebra class where a student is struggling with an exam and tell him I'll finish the exam for him so he can leave early? This is a lose-lose situation for both students, and what teacher would permit it? The whole walk-in theory is like suicide, although it is supposed to combat suicide by allowing the walk-out soul to escape responsibility for straightening out their life. The walk-out soul relinquishes ownership of its host body, so a more advanced spirit who does not want to go to all the trouble of being in a child's body can take over. This is one of the major flaws of possession by permission. From everything I have learned about body assignments, it takes years for a soul to fully meld its energy vibrations with that of a host brain. The process begins when the baby is in a fetal state. All the essential elements of who we really are come from the soul assigned to a specific body from the beginning. Consider first the three eyes emanating from the soul.
And before he goes on with the eyes, I just want to say, I know I've shared this before. This wasn't what I was going to share earlier. I'll just say it really quickly, because I've only mentioned it maybe once or twice. I have a cousin who was born when I was about, I think I was 9 or 10, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, somewhere in that range. And I am telling you, from the day he was born, he was absolutely fucked with by something, okay? And it got so bad that my aunt, I mean, some people will believe in exorcisms and things like that. Some people don't. Well, let me tell you, my aunt called the local priest one night. I think he was, at this point, I want to say he was maybe 5 or 6, something like that. Still pretty young. I think I was in high school by that point, or middle school, or something like that. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. The point is, invites the priest over one night, and they literally perform some exorcism. To this day, I wish I was there. But anyways, they perform an exorcism. I swear on everything that he, from that day forth, was perfectly fine. To this day, he's fine. He loves playing guitar. He's got a good job. Amazing human being. And he went through it. So he must have agreed to something, because it was obvious something was wrong from a very, very young age. And then all of a sudden they have this exorcism thing, and it's gone. It just really, I wish I could have been there and kind of had an idea of his mindset, because he must have wanted that thing gone too. He must have known or something, because even though my aunt was the facilitator of it, he must have desired it or wanted it, or maybe his life script had some weird thing going on where it was only supposed to last so long. I don't know. The point is it happened, and it's mind blowing. Looking back on it and where he is today, and how it was from that day forth, he was completely fine. So yeah, I just thought I'd share that again.
Imagination, intuition, and insight. Then add such components as conscience and creativity. Do you think the adult human mind is not going to recognize the loss of its partner self to a new presence? Now that would drive a host body insane as opposed to healing it. I tell people not to worry about losing their soul. It's with us for the duration, because there are good reasons for having the particular body you occupy. Souls take their responsibility very seriously, even to the extent of being inside non-functional bodies. They are not materially trapped. For instance, a soul may inhabit a comatose host body for many years and not abandon it until death. These souls are able to roam freely across the land, visiting other souls who might be making brief trips away from their bodies during normal sleep states. This is especially true of souls in the bodies of babies. Souls are very respectful of their host body assignments, even if they are bored. They leave a small portion of their energy so they can return quickly if needed. Their wavelengths are like homing beacons who have fingerprinted their human partners. When a soul's energy does leave the human body, this does not provide an opportunity for some demonic being to rapidly move in and occupy a vacant mind. This is another superstition. Aside from the non-existence of such demonic beings in the first place, the mind is never completely vacant of a traveling soul's energy. A malevolent entity would be unable to squeeze in even if it did exist. Evidently, residents of the spirit world are quite aware of our enthrallment with dark and nefarious specters who pose a danger to the soul. I have a most unusual and defining case which brought this to my attention. The ironic engagement of demonology employed in Case 18 by my subject's teacher toward his hapless student is outrageous and unconventional, but effective. This case illustrates how the almost brutal use of humor can be graphically applied in the spirit world to define our shortcomings on earth. Case 18 concerns the death experience of an evangelical preacher of the 1920s. This man had spent a lifetime seeing the devil in every nook and cranny of his town in the Deep South. During my review of this life with the client who carried these memories, I was told, "My parishioners were shaken to their bones with my fiery sermons of the hell awaiting all sinful transgressors." I will begin this case with a scene as it unfolded right after my subject reaches the gateway. Case 18. Dr. N. You say that although things are not too clear, you are floating in bright light and someone is coming toward you? Subject. Yes, I am kind of disoriented. I haven't gotten used to things around here yet. Dr. N. That's fine. Just take your time and let the figure float toward you as you float toward it. Subject. Long pause, and then with a loud, horrified exclamation, "Oh, God! No! Dr. N, startled by this outcry. What's going on? Subject. Subject's body begins to shake uncontrollably. Oh! Oh! Lord Almighty! It's the devil! I knew it! I've gone to hell! Dr. N, grasping subject by the shoulders. Now take a deep breath and try to relax as we go through this together. Then, softly, you are not in hell. Subject cuts in with a shrill tone of voice. Oh yeah? Then why do I see the devil right in front of me? Dr. N. My subject's face is now covered in sweat, and I use a tissue to wipe some of it away while continuing to reassure. Try to calm yourself. There is some misinterpretation here, and we will find it soon. Subject, paying no attention to me, the subject now begins to moan while rocking back and forth. Oh, it's over for me. I'm in hell. Dr. N. I break in now more forcefully. Tell me exactly what you see. Subject, whispering at first and then loudly. Being. Demonic. Reddish-green face. Horns. Wild-eyed. Fangs. The facial skin is like charred wood. Oh, sweet Jesus, why, me of all people who spoke so much in your name? Dr. N. What else do you see? Subject, with loathing. What else is there to see? Can't you understand I'm in front of the devil? Dr. N, quickly. I meant the rest of the body. Look below the head and tell me what you see. Subject, with a violent shudder. Nothing. Just a wispy, ghost-like body. Dr. N, stay with me. Doesn't this seem unusual to you? That the devil would appear with no body? Move forward in time rapidly now and tell me what this figure does. Subject. My subject's body jerks up violently, and then with a great sigh of relief, he sags back into the chair. Oh! That bastard! I might have known. It's Scanlon. He is taking his mask off and smiling wickedly at me. Dr. N. Now I can relax. Who is Scanlon? Subject. My guide. This is his crude idea of a joke. Dr. N.
All right, so here we go with the guide making an appearance and messing with them. It seems that there's always this little game going on, like, oh, I just appeared and I'm gonna, surprise you and mess with you. It's like little kids games, that like a hide and seek type thing, and then all of a sudden, haha, it's me, haha. Your controller's here. Hope you're doing well. If you guys could let me know if the volume levels sound okay, I'd appreciate it. Here we go.
What does Scanlon really look like now? Subject. Tall, aquiline features, gray hair, full of mischief-making as usual. Laughs with bravado, but still not fully recovered. I should have known. He caught me unawares this time. Dr. N, does Scanlon make a habit of this sort of thing? Why frighten you just as you were coming into the spirit world a little disoriented? Subject, defensively. Listen, he is a great teacher. That's his way. He has got our whole group using masks, but he knows I don't like them much.
So see, again, we have the defensive reaction, questioning the guide, and immediate defense by the person under regression.
Dr. N, tell me why Scanlon used a devil's mask to scare you right after this life. Talk to him now. Note, I am quiet for a few moments while my subject mentally connects with Scanlon. Subject, after a period of silence. I had it coming. Oh.
And I want to point out something else. This is important because we saw this in the last book as well when these things appear. There's this little pause or break and the regression, almost like it's a powwow between the person having the regression and the guide. Okay, well, here we're going to give you this implanted answer so that it doesn't step over the line. See what I'm saying? We've seen that we saw it overwhelmingly in the last book a number of times. So, something to consider there.
I know it. I spent a lifetime preaching about the devil, scaring good people, telling them they were going to hell if they didn't pay attention to me. Scanlon gave me a dose of my own medicine. Dr. N. And how do you feel now about his methods? Subject, chagrined. He made his point. Dr. N. I want to ask you a blunt question. Did you really believe what you told your parishioners about seeing demonic forces everywhere, or were you motivated by something else? Subject, intensely. No. I believed what I was saying about evil being everywhere in every person. I was not a hypocrite. Dr. N. Are you sure it wasn't false piety? You did not pretend to feel and be what you were not? Subject. No, I believed it. My undoing was my method of preaching and the love of the power over others that this ability gave me. Yes, I admit that failing. I made life miserable for some of my flock, not seeing the essential goodness in people. I was always suspicious because of my obsession with evil, and this corrupted me. Dr. N. Do you feel part of what you became was the result of the body you chose in this life? Subject, in a flat voice. Yes, I lacked restraint. I chose a body with a feisty mind and allowed myself to be swept away. I was too confrontational as a preacher. Dr. N. And do you know why your soul mind chose to enter into this partnership in the body of a preacher who constantly intimidated people?
You mess with...
Subject. Oh, shit. I let it happen because it felt good to be in control. I was afraid of not being taken seriously enough. Dr. N. You were worried about the loss of control? Subject. Long pause. Yes, that I would be inadequate. Dr. N.
This is an interesting exchange. It really is, because if you think about the role a preacher plays, that's a big role in controlling a nice big group of people while they're down here, right? You'd think that if that role is chosen in the life script, that they're going to be looked at and manipulated quite a bit more than most in life, because they are controllers for the controllers. They're controllers for the sheeple down here, and there's got to be this overhanging system above that, which makes sure that things stay in line as best as possible. And we saw hesitation in the answer. A lot of times it's more, really quick. But when there's these consults going on, or if something is challenged in terms of free will or consent type issues, there always seems to be this delay. And the author really does a good job at putting that out there. So we got to give him credit for that, because it makes us capable of reading between the lines a lot more.
By his use of a devil's mask, do you think Scanlon demeans what you stood for in the church? Subject. No, that's my teacher's way. I chose the body of a minister, and he helped me with all this.
Oh, he helped.
I took a wrong turn. It was not the wrong path. My faith was not a bad thing, but I became misguided, and I misguided others. Scanlon wants me to see what it feels like to scare people rather than reason with them. He wanted me to feel the same fear that I gave to others. Note: I now move my subject into a group setting to learn more about how Scanlon teaches his students through the use of masks. Dr. N. Who is the first person who comes to you? Subject hesitates and is wary. It's an angel, soft glowing white. Wings? Then with recognition. Okay, I'm on to all of you. Enough. Dr. N. Who is this angel? Subject. My dear friend, Diane. She has removed her angel's mask and is laughing and hugging me. Dr. N. I'm a little confused. Souls can assume any shape or create any features they want. Why bother with masks? Subject. The mask is similar to a figure of speech, a symbol one can hold in the hand to put on and pull off for effect.
Yeah, a mask is deception, okay? A mask is trickery. So it fits quite well that we're dealing with a mask. No pun intended is for today.
Diane is offsetting Scanlan's huge joke by being a loving angel for me, while the others are laughing at what happened to me. Dr. N. What kind of individual is Diane? Subject. Very loving and full of humor. She likes practical jokes, as does most of my group. They all know I take things too seriously. I don't like the masks very much, so they tease me. Dr. N. During your lessons, are masks used as a means of teaching about right and wrong behavior? Subject. Yes, they are a means of acknowledgement of good or poor thinking, misconceptions. They identify aspects of our character which are positive and those which are undesirable, and we can role-play with each other. Dr. N. Did Scanlan originate the use of this sort of prop for your group lessons? Subject laughs. Yes, and what he does makes an impression. This was a strange case, and I'll admit Scanlan had me going for a few minutes when I thought this client was taking me to a place no other had before. The treatment this subject received at the gateway by the use of a devil mask is an anomaly. Moreover, I have never encountered a guide whose behavior had such extravagance and provocation. In the chapters ahead, we will see how drama plays an important part in soul group activity.
There might be, the provocation part. Again, the one thing we see in these cases is this hesitation anytime the guide, or most of the time, I can't say anytime because I can't recall every case specifically, but it's very overwhelmingly obvious that when the intentions and relations as it pertains to the guide are brought up, there is this uneasy response, this delayed response, this defensive response. So that is really, really interesting and telling. So just, again, keep that in mind. That's really important right there.
The use of masks by Scanlan's group as a symbolic gesture to embody a belief system is rather unique in my experience. Masks do have a long tradition in our cultural life, where personification of divine and demonic power has been used to mock spirits which are feared and honor those spirits which are venerated. The devil mask has a history of tribal exorcism toward a harmful spirit. Case 18 is one where mythic spiritual practices were taken from Earth by a soul group director to serve as a wake-up call for his students. 4. Spiritual energy.
Okay. All right, so we're at the break. It went a lot longer than I thought, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break. I might go a little over, but if I do, I'll come back and let you know. I got to fill my water really quick, just do something, and I will be right back. So hang in there if you want. Won't be long, about probably 5 to 6 minutes. I'll pop up the timer for you guys, and the chat will still be running. Oh boy, my mic was off. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sasha. I realized I had it muted. Okay. Anyways, we're back. We're moving into chapter 4. And the next case should be case 19. I'm not sure when he brings it up, but we'll get to it when we get to it. We'll probably go about another half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour tops. So we'll kind of see how the cases pan out over the next few minutes and take it from there. So, all right, so let's get back on with chapter 4.
4. Spiritual energy restoration. Soul energy. We cannot define the soul in a physical way, because to do so would establish limits on something that seems to have none. I see the soul as intelligent light energy. This energy appears to function as vibrational waves, similar to electromagnetic force, but without the limitations of charged particles of matter. Soul energy does not appear to be uniform. Like a fingerprint, each soul has a unique identity in its formation, composition, and vibrational distribution. I am able to discern soul properties of development by color tones, yet none of this defines what the soul is as an entity. From years of study on how the soul interacts within a variety of human minds over many incarnations, and what it subsequently does in the spirit world, I have come to know something of its yearnings for perfection. This does not tell me what the soul is either. To fully understand soul energy, we would need to know all the aspects of its creation, and indeed the consciousness of its source. This is a perfection that I cannot know, despite all my efforts investigating the mysteries of life after death. I am left, then, with examining the actions of this profound energy substance and how it reacts to people and events, and what it is striving to do in both physical and mental environments. If the soul's existence begins and is molded by pure thought, it is sustained by that thought as an immortal being. The soul's individual character enables it to influence its physical environment to give greater harmony and balance to life. Souls are an expression of beauty, imagination, and creativity. The ancient Egyptians said that to begin to understand the soul, one must listen to the heart. I think they were right. Standard treatment at the gateway. When we cross over and are met by our guides, I find the techniques they use at initial contact fall into 2 general categories. 1. Envelopment. Here, returning souls are completely cloaked by a large circular mass of their guide's powerful energy.
Yeah, deceptive energy. Okay? Let's get that straight.
The soul and guide come together. The soul feels as though they both are encased in a bubble. This is the more common method, which my subjects describe as pure ecstasy. 2.
Yeah, it's called the love bomb. That's in near-death experiences. We see it all the time.
The focus effect. This alternate procedure of initial contact is administered a little differently. As the guide approaches, energy is applied to certain points at the edges of the soul's etheric body from any direction of the guide's choosing. We might be taken by the hand or held by the tops of our shoulders from a...
It's by the guide's choosing. Remember that. That's what we're being told. It's from the guide. They call the shots on what's your most prone manipulation point. That's kind of what I gather off of that.
Side position. Healing begins from a specific point of the etheric body in the form of a brushing caress, followed by deep penetration. The choice of procedures depends on the preference of the guide and the condition of our soul energy at the time.
Nobody's going to be deeply penetrating this motherfucker. I'll tell you that much.
In both instances, there is an immediate infusion of potent, invigorating energy while we are projected forward. This is the introductory phase of the journey to our eventual spiritual destination. The more advanced souls, especially if they are undamaged, usually do not require assistance from a loving energy force. A review of the techniques employed by Case 1 on his wife Alice demonstrates elements of both the focus effect and envelopment on a living person by someone who is not yet a guide. Other cases in the last chapter indicate this is one way we begin our training in the use of healing energy before acquiring the status of a guide. During the exhilarating moments after initial contact, our guides might also expertly apply what I call energy permeation. This follow-up effect of energy transference has been described as being similar to the percolating of coffee. In Case 8, a soul used an energy filtration process involving smell on her husband Charles. Healing emotional and physical injury, both in and out of the spirit world, emanates from a source of goodness.
Oh,
Positive energy flows to every part of the soul's being from the sender, whose own essence and wisdom is transmitted as well. My subjects are unable to explain the beauty and subtlety of this assimilation, except to say it resembles the flowing of rejuvenating electricity. Emergency treatment at the gateway.
Now there is, since the rejuvenation thing has been brought up, excuse me, a number of times in this segment, part 2, I'm going to leave a very, very interesting near-death experience that I ran across sometime this year. Where this guy very, very quickly, I'm not going to go crazy with it, but he I think was riding a motorcycle or something like that, crashes, ends up having, going into a coma, having a near-death experience that basically lasts for quite a few days. I think it might have been a week or two, maybe even longer. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is he went to something I think he even termed as like a regeneration facility. And it was reminiscent of a hospital and everything. I mean, it's really, really fascinating NDE. I almost was going to do a commentary on it, and maybe I will at some point, but I will leave that link below. And please, if someone's watching the replay later and I forget, just post a comment and I'll be sure to add it. But I should remember. I'll put a note now. A must-listen near-death experience. Absolutely fascinating.
Souls arrive at the gateway to the spirit world with energy that is in a deteriorated state. Some of our guides engage in emergency healing. This is both a physical and mental healing exercise that takes place before the soul moves any further into the spirit world. One of my clients died in an auto accident in his last life, where his leg was severed. He told me what occurred at the gateway as a result of this experience. When I reached the gateway, my guide saw the gaps in my energy aura and proceeded at once to push the damaged energy back into place. He molded it as clay to fill, reshape, and smooth out the rough edges and broken intervals to make me whole again. The etheric, or soul body, is an outline of our old physical body which souls take into the spirit world. Essentially, it is an imprint of a human form we have not shed yet, like the skin of a reptile.
Yeah, like the skin of a reptile. That's an interesting comparison. And if you think about it, what better way than to have this so-called human-like skin resemblance that you recognize, you associate with that. It probably gives a level of comfort too, right? Which, in my opinion, would make it much easier to manipulate people because they connect with it. They remember their human form. They just left it. They still have that look that they can relate to. Now, people talk about they can't see hands, they can't, see their feet or things like that, but if you're feeling it, even if it's not really there, but it's you're recognizing the form. That's an attachment right there. And we don't do attachments. So just some food for thought on that one.
This is not a permanent condition, although we might naturally create it later as a colorful luminescent shape of energy. We know damaged body imprints from a past life can influence the current physical form of some people unless properly deprogrammed, so why not the reverse? There are souls who shed their body form completely at the moment of death. However, many souls with physical and emotional scars from life carry the imprint of this damaged energy back home. In terms of afflictions and soul healing, I learn a lot from the students as well as the teachers in the spirit world. My next case was a rather unusual one for me, where a student guide was unable to handle damaged energy properly at the gate. My subject in this case had just come off a difficult life after being blown up in an artillery bombardment during a battle in World War I. Case 19. Dr. N. As you pass into the bright light following your death in the mud and rain of this battlefield, what do you see? Subject. A figure coming toward me dressed in a white robe. Dr. N. Who is this figure? Subject. I see Kate. She is a new teacher recently assigned to our group.
All right, again, here we go with the robes. Always with the robes. It's the, oh, I'm better than you. I am your guru master guide, and I'm here to guide you back to this hellhole eventually. That's basically what their job is. These guides, man. These freaking guides are a nightmare. They just... ugh.
Dr. N. Describe her appearance and what she is communicating to you as she comes closer. Subject. She has a young, rather plain face with a large forehead. Kate radiates peace. I can feel it. But there is a concern, too, and... laughs. She won't come close to me. Dr. N. Why not? Subject. My energy is in bad shape. She says to me, Zed, you should be healing yourself. Dr. N. Why doesn't she help in this endeavor, Zed? Subject laughs again loudly. Kate does not want to get near all my scrambled negative energy from the war and the killing. Dr. N. I have never heard of a guide shying away from such responsibility with disassembled energy, Zed. Is she afraid of contamination? Subject, still laughing. Something like that. You have to understand Kate is still rather new at this sort of work. She is not happy with herself, I can see that. Dr. N. Describe what your energy looks like right now. Subject. My energy is a mess. It is in chunks, black blocks, irregular, totally skewed out of alignment. Dr. N. Is this because you didn't escape from your body fast enough at the moment of death? Subject. For sure. My unit was taken by surprise. I normally cut loose from the body when I see death coming. Note. This case and many others have taught me that souls often leave their bodies seconds before a violent death. Dr. N. Well, can't Kate lend some assistance in rearranging your energy? Subject. She tries, a little. I guess it's too much for her at the moment. Dr. N. So, what do you do? Subject. I begin to take her suggestion and try to help myself. I'm not doing too well, it's so scrambled. Then a powerful stream of energy hits me like water from a fire hose, and it helps me begin to reshape myself and push out some of the negative crap from that battle. Dr. N. I have heard of a place where energy is showered upon newly returned damaged souls. Is that where you are now? Subject, laughing. I guess so. It's from my guide, Bella. I can see him now. He is a real pro at this kind of thing. He is standing behind Kate, helping her. Dr. N. Then what happens to you? Subject. Bella fades away and Kate comes close to me and puts her arms around me, and we start to talk as she leads me away. Dr. N. Deliberately provoking. Do you have any confidence in Kate after she treated you like some sort of leper? Subject frowns at me severely. Oh, come on. That's a mite strong. It won't be long before she gets the hang of working with this kind of messed-up energy. I like her a lot. She has many gifts. Right now, mechanics isn't one of them. Recovery areas for the less damaged soul. Regardless of the specific energy treatment received by the soul at the gateway to the spirit world, most all returning souls will continue onto some sort of healing station before finally joining their groups. All but the most advanced souls crossing back into the spirit world are met by benevolent spirits who make contact with their positive energy and escort needy souls to quiet recovery areas. It is only the more highly developed souls, with energy patterns that are still strong after their incarnations, who return directly to their regular activities. The more advanced souls appear to get over hardship more quickly than others after a life. One man told me, "Most of the people I work with must stop and rest, but I don't need anything. I'm in too much of a hurry to get back and continue my program." Most recovery areas for the returning...
Too much in a hurry to continue on and get back in my program. Oh, sounds like a nightmare. I don't know about you guys. Ugh.
Soul involves some kind of orientation back to the spirit world. It may be intense or moderate in scope, depending upon the condition of the soul. This usually includes a preliminary debriefing of the life just completed. Much more in-depth counseling will take place later with guides in group conferences and with our Council of Elders. I have written about these orientation procedures in Journey of Souls. The surroundings of recovery areas are identifiable earthly settings created out of our memories and what spiritual guides feel will promote healing. Orientation environments are not the same after each of our lives. One woman had the following to say after dying in a German concentration camp in 1944. There are subtle differences in physical layout depending upon the life one has just lived. Because I have just returned from a life filled with horror, cold, and bleakness, everything is very bright to lighten my sorrow. There's even a comfortable fire next to me, so I'll have the feeling of added warmth and cheerfulness. Upon returning to the spirit world, often my subjects describe themselves as being in a garden setting, while others might say they are in a crystalline enclosure. The garden presents a scene of beauty and serenity, but what does crystal represent? It is not just in the orientation rooms that I hear about crystals. Crystal caves, for example, appear in the minds of some people who are spending time alone in reflection, right after a life is over. Here is a typical statement about a crystal recovery center. My place of recovery is crystalline in composition because it helps me connect my thoughts. The crystal walls have multicolored stones which reflect prisms of light. The geometric angles of these crystals send out moving bands of light which crisscross around and bring clarity to my thoughts. After talking to a number of clients out of trance and with others who are knowledgeable about crystals, I came to realize that crystals represent thought enhancement through a balancing of energy. As a shamanic tool, the crystal is supposed to assist in tuning our vibrational pattern into a universal energy force while releasing negative energy. Bringing forth wisdom from an expanded consciousness through healing is the primary reason for being in a place of spiritual recovery. The next example involves a garden setting. I had a client who had been working on humility for many lives. In earlier incarnations, usually as a man, this soul had been caught up with host bodies that had become haughty, arrogant, and even ruthless during my subject's occupancy. In a complete turnaround, this person's last life had been one of acceptance that bordered on passivity. Since this life was so out of character for my client, there was a feeling of failure when this soul reached the recovery area. I was then given this account. I am in a beautiful circular garden with willow trees and a pond with ducks in it. There is such tranquility here, and this scene softens the feelings of discouragement I have over my last performance. My guide, Makil, brings me to a marble bench under an arbor draped with vines and flowers. I am so down over my wasted life because I overcompensated at every turn, going from one extreme to another. Makil smiles and offers me refreshments. We drink nectar and eat fruit together and watch the ducks. While we do this, the aura of my old physical body moves further away from me. I begin to feel as though I am taking in his powerful energy as oxygen after a near drowning. Makil is a gracious host, and he knows I need nourishment because I am judging myself in such a critical manner.
Just think about how much consent is given with this one. I mean, it's just all over the place. Excuse me, it's a total reliance on this outside force to do everything. I mean, it's just gross to even hear, because there's no individuality at all. It's a complete and utter reliance on this other thing, this parasite.
I am always harder on myself than he is. We talk about my overcorrections of past mistakes, and what I wanted to do that didn't get done, or was only partially completed. Makil offers encouragement that I still learned from this life, which will make the next one better. He explains the important thing was that I was not afraid to change. The whole garden atmosphere is so relaxing. I am already feeling better. From cases such as this, I have learned that our guides use the sense memory we had in our physical bodies to assist in our recovery. There are many ways to achieve this, such as the use of taste memory by Makil in the above case. I have also listened to descriptive scenes involving touch and smell. After receiving streams of bright white liquid energy, there have been subjects who describe additional treatments involving the sensations of sound and multicolored lights. After my cleansing shower, I moved to an adjacent room to the place of rebalancing. While I float to the center of this enclosure, I see a vast array of spotlights overhead. I hear my name called. Banyan, are you ready? When I give my assent, sounds vibrate into me which resonate like tuning forks until the pitch is just right to make my energy bubble like frothy soap suds. It feels wonderful. Then the spotlights come on one at a time. In the beginning, I am scanned by an intense beam of healing green light. It casts a circle around me as if I were on a stage.
Scanned. There's an acceptance of this. Again, we see consent. Just like we see with the near-death experiences, when there are those moments that you can see, not in every one, because they're not always going to explain this part, but there's a lot out there that do. It's a certain period in a near-death experience where they are basically, I like to call it, not corrupted yet. They're uncorrupted. Okay? They haven't allowed an outside force to manipulate and deceive them yet. And I show a very prime example of that in my most recent near-death experience commentary. You can check that out. It was 2 or 3 videos ago, where the guy turns into a concert pianist when he comes back. But anyways, he has a moment where he's struck by lightning and starts a near-death experience, excuse me, and he has no emotion, nothing, all right? And then all of a sudden, this blue light comes before him. and all of a sudden he's trapped in love and light, everything's wonderful, and all of a sudden he's got emotions again. You see how there is this mechanism that's running and causing this. But there has to be a consent involved. Even just the fact if you're curious and you start going forward towards something like the blue light, the white light, the interaction with the deceased family members, all these things, they're all acting with the same end result, and that's to get you to consent to interact with them. Then they send you those feelings of overwhelming love and euphoria. And I'll say one more time, I've said it many times and I'll say it again. What really is telling when you listen to mothers who have had near-death experiences, they will say that the love they experienced was more powerful than the day that they had their first child or the day that they got married. I mean, that is powerful. When you hear someone say that to me screams just how powerful this thing is. You have to deny these things. You cannot allow these things to mess with you leading up to and at the time of death. They have to be shut down. You have to pronounce your sovereignty, your liberation, and get the hell out. You cannot let these things take you over. Because that's all. Once that happens, I really think it's past the point of no return, because you fall victim to all the, just like we fall victim to distractions here every day. It's the same case with that. So I didn't mean to go off too much, but it's really, really important that people hear that. You cannot allow these illusions pretending to be your friends, your family, your loved ones, your religious figures, all this stuff. You cannot allow it. Once you do that, or these energy balls, all this stuff, doesn't even matter. It doesn't even have to resemble something you know. The point is don't interact with it. Shut it down. Tell them you don't consent. You don't consent to anything, nothing. Stand your ground. I think most of us here have been here a long, long time. I feel that way. And this is our time, brothers and sisters. This is our time to say enough is enough. We're not going to deal with it anymore. It's over. This is our last incarnation. We'll have a good time while we're here still. We'll make the best of it. We'll enjoy the relationships that we have. But when it comes time that you're on your deathbed, or something should happen unexpected, you just don't allow it to interact with you. And I say to the people that are still on the fence, even if you're on the fence with this stuff, it can't hurt, right? If your desire is truly to be free and sovereign in your existence, then just hear me out. Give it a try. It's not going to do you any harm. It can't hurt. What do you got to lose? Nothing. All right. All you're doing is standing up for yourself, and making sure that going forward, nothing ever takes a piece of your true essence, your true self that was given to you by the Creator. Okay? And there's no worshipping of the Creator. The Creator, in my opinion, doesn't want to be worshipped. Okay? You respect the process, sure. But the Creator doesn't want you worshipping it. It's got better things to do. You don't worship anything. That's the problem we're at. We love to give ourselves to something, whether it's Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha and all these things. We don't worship. We respect the Creator, and that's it. But we don't worship. We just do us. That's all. The Creator does not want to be worshipped.
This light is designed to pick up my level of displaced energy, to see what I have lost or damaged, and make corrections. I think this is more effective because my energy is bubbling from the sound vibrations. Then I receive a wash of gold light for strength and blue for awareness. Finally, my own pinkish-white color is restored by one of the spotlights.
All right, not to pause it again too quick, but you can see how there's this process of restoration, and different colored lights are doing different things.
It is soothing and loving, and I'm sorry when this is over. Regenerating severely damaged souls. There are certain displaced souls who have become so contaminated by their host bodies that they require special handling. In life, they became destructive to others and themselves. This spectrum of behavior would primarily include souls who have been associated with evil acts that caused harm to other people through deliberate malice. There are souls who slowly become more contaminated from a series of lifetimes, while others are totally overcome by one body alone. In either case, these souls are taken to places of isolation, where their energy undergoes a more radical treatment plan than with the typical returning soul. Contamination of the soul can take many forms and involve different grades of severity during an incarnation. A difficult host body might cause the less experienced soul to return with damaged energy, where a more advanced being would survive the same situation relatively intact. The average soul's energy will become shadowed when it has lived within a host body obsessed by constant fear and rage. The question is, by how much? Our thoughts, feelings, moods, and attitudes are mediated by body chemicals which are released through signals of perceived threats and danger from the brain. Fight or flight mechanisms come from our primitive brain, not from the soul. The soul has a great capacity to control our biological and emotional reactions to life, but many souls are unable to regulate a dysfunctional brain. Souls display these scars when they leave a body that has deteriorated in this fashion. I have my own theory of madness. The soul comes into the fetus and begins its fusion with the human mind by the time the baby is born. If this child matures into an adult with organic brain syndromes, psychosis, or major affective disorders, abnormal behavior is the result. The struggling soul does not fully assimilate. When this soul can no longer control the aberrant behavior of its body, the two personas begin to separate into a dissociated personality. There may be many physical, emotional, and environmental factors that contribute to a person becoming a danger to themselves and others. Here, the combined self has been damaged. One of the red flags for souls who are losing their capacity to regulate deviant human beings is when they have had a series of lives in bodies demonstrating a lack of intimacy and displaying tendencies toward violence. This has a domino effect with a soul asking for the same sort of body to overcome the last one. Because we have free will, our guides are indulgent. A soul is not excused from responsibility for a disturbed human mind it is unable to regulate, because it is a part of that mind. The problem for slow learner souls is that they may have had a series of prior life struggles before occupying a body that escalated wrongdoing to a new level of evil. What happens to these disturbed souls when they return to the spirit world? I will begin with a quote from a client giving me an outsider's view of a place where severely damaged souls are taken. Some of my subjects call this area the City of Shadows. It is here where negative energy is erased. Since this is the place where so many souls are concentrated who have negative energy, it is dark to those of us outside. We can't go into this place where souls who have been associated with horror are undergoing alteration. And we would not want to go there anyway.
You see, the point, what I have to say about this part is, sorry, just vocal cord's a little messed up. With this part, the point is you shouldn't have any blockades on where you can and cannot go. It doesn't matter how dark it is or this or that or how screwed up it is. The point is you, if you desire to go there, and not like I would want to go there, but if you do want to go there, you should have that option. And that option is not available to you. Not available to me, according to him. And he likes to paint it. Michael Newton likes to paint it as if it's like a safeguard. It's love and light. There should be no blockades for anything once you leave this body. There should be no blockades while you're in the body, but there are. And we can't really do anything about that. But it is what it is. But that's because it's part of the overall control structure. It's designed that way to keep it quarantined. I mean, I've said this before where I think that the ones that do the most harm here are the ones that are promoted. I truly, truly feel that way. The ones that do the most harm are the ones that get promotions. They might not get it next lifetime, they might not get the following, but if they show compliance enough, they probably get a lot of perks when they come back down here. And it's those that probably enjoy this material existence too. We've talked about that before. And I really like Joe M's question. Not to, I'm just going to read it really quickly and then we'll get right to the book. It's short. Makes me wonder if they go to these great lengths to control and manipulate us after death, what is the full extent of the interface here? Like down to everyone, everything we ever cross our paths with. It's a really, really excellent question, and I put it in the chat that it's something I've thought of many, many times. And the one thing I'll just say to everybody, it's really, really important that you come to grips with and being okay with, well, not being okay with, that's really like a horrible way to phrase it, but just a reluctant acceptance of knowing that you're never going to have all the answers, and it's okay. It's all right. If you figured out what you need to figure out about the whole scam going on, that's all that really matters, right? You know what's going on is wrong. You know what's going on is deception, manipulation, control, robbing of sovereignty. All that stuff is going on left and right. And there is this insanely large system. When I think about how big it is up in the astral, I mean, just places like a drop in the bucket. So who knows how far the claws reach down here? I completely am on board with Joe. I don't know. It's an excellent, excellent question. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there, but don't get too wrapped up, brothers and sisters, in demanding answers for everything, because it'll drive you crazy. I was there so many times. Why this? Why that? Why this? Why that? And it'll just make you crazy. It really will. We've cracked open the scam and put all the ugliness out there for everyone to see, to those who are capable of seeing. And it's not our responsibility to go out and scream from the rafters everything that's going on. It is our responsibility to make more people aware of it who are receptive to information. But as far as getting all the little corners of the realm and figuring it all out, we're just not going to get it. It's impossible, and I don't think it'll ever happen, short of this place imploding and some sort of mega shift going on, and that's not happening. It's just not. I would hope that it would someday, but personally I feel the whole place should just be deleted and move on. But anyways, okay, here we go. Sorry to go off there.
It is a place of healing, but from a distance it has the appearance of a dark sea, while I am looking at it from a bright sandy beach. All the light around this area is brighter in contrast, because positive energy defines the greater goodness of bright light. When you look at the darkness carefully, you see it is not totally black, but a mixture of deep green, We know this is an aspect of the combined forces of the healers working here. We also know that souls who are taken to this area are not exonerated. Eventually, in some way, they must redress the wrongs they perpetrated on others. This they must do to restore full positive energy to themselves. Subjects who are familiar with damaged souls explain to me that not all of the more terrible memories of bad deeds are erased. It is known that if the soul did not retain some memory of an evil life, it would not be accountable. This knowledge by the soul is relevant for future decisions. Nevertheless, the resurrection of the soul in the spirit world is merciful. The soul mind does not fully retain all the lurid details of harming others in former host bodies after treatment. If this were not true, the guilt and association with such lives would be so overpowering to the soul, they might refuse to reincarnate again to redress these wrongs. These souls would...
God forbid they choose not to reincarnate. Oh my lord. Well, they're not gonna reincarnate. Boy, let's call in the cavalry then. Good God.
lack the confidence to ever dig themselves out of pits of despair.
Ugh.
I understand there are souls whose acts in host bodies were so heinous, they are not permitted to return to Earth. So
Remember, it's the never-ending matrix of guilt, shame, fear, and reincarnation. That's how this place functions.
lack the confidence to ever dig themselves out of pits of despair. I understand there are souls whose acts in host bodies were so heinous, they are not permitted to return to Earth. Souls are strengthened by regeneration with the expectation they can keep future potentially malevolent bodies in check. Of course, once in our new body, the amnesiac blocks of certain past life mistakes prevent us from being so inhibited we would not progress. There are differences in the regeneration process between moderately and severely damaged souls. After listening to a number of explanations about kinds of energy treatments, I have come to this conclusion. The more radical approach of energy cleansing is one of remodeling energy, while the less drastic method is reshaping. This is an oversimplification, because there is much I don't know about these esoteric techniques. The fine art of energy reconstruction is handled by non-reincarnating masters who are not in my office answering questions.
Yeah, no
I
shit.
work with the trainees. Case 20 will provide some insight into the mechanics of energy reshaping, while Case 21 will address remodeling. Case 20. My subject in this case is a practitioner of chiropractic and homeopathic medicine, who currently specializes in repolarizing the out-of-balance energy patterns of patients. This client has been a healer for thousands of years on Earth and is called Selim in the spirit world. Dr. N. Selim, you have told me about your advanced healing group in the spirit world and how the 5 of you are in specific energy training. I would like to know more about your work. Would you begin by telling me what your advanced study group is called and what you do? Subject. We are in training to be regenerators. We work
We are in training to be advanced bullshitters.
to reshape, to reorganize displaced energy in the place of the holding ground. Dr. N. Is this place a designated area for souls whose energy has been disrupted? Subject. Yes, the ones in bad condition. Those who will not be returning to their groups right away. They will stay in the holding ground. Dr. N. Do you make this determination at the gateway to the spirit world? Subject. No, I do not. I have not yet reached that status. This decision is made by their guides, who will call upon the masters who are training me. Dr. N. Then tell me, Selim, when do you enter the picture after a severely damaged soul crosses back to the spirit world? Subject. I am called by my instructor when it is felt I can assist in this energy healing. Then I move to the holding ground. Dr. N. Please explain to me why you use the term holding ground and what this place is like. Subject: the damaged soul is held here until their regeneration is complete, so they are healthy again. This sphere is designed as a beehive structure.
Until they're healthy and re-indoctrinated again. And how often do we hear about the beehive structure? I mean, that's a huge, huge thing that's brought up with people. You hear that a lot. If you search beehive consciousness, hive mind, those types of things, it's constantly brought up and reassured as if it's a good thing. You gotta stand for yourself.
Covered with cells. Each soul has its own place to reside during the healing. Dr. N: this sounds very much like the descriptions I have heard about the incubation of new souls after their creation, and before they are assigned to groups. Subject: that's true. These are spaces where energy is nurtured. Dr. N: so are these beehive spaces all in the same place and used for the same purpose, both for regeneration and creation? Subject: no, they are not. I work in the place of damaged souls. Newly created souls are not damaged. I can tell you nothing about those places. Dr. N: that's fine, Salim. I appreciate learning about those areas where you do have knowledge and experience. Why do you think you were assigned this sort of work? Subject, with pride: because of my long history and so many lives working with wounded people. When I asked if I could specialize as a regenerator, my wish was granted, and I was assigned to a training class. Dr. N: and so, when a severely wounded soul is returned to the holding ground, are you a soul who could be called to assist? Subject shakes his head negatively. Not necessarily. I am only requested to go to the regeneration areas to work with energy that has been moderately damaged. I am a beginner. There is so much I don't know. Dr. N: well, I have a great deal of respect for what you do know, Salim. Before I ask you about your level of work, can you explain why a damaged soul would be sent to the holding ground? Subject: they were overcome by their last body. Many are souls who have been repeatedly suppressed in previous lives as well. These are the ones who become stuck in life after life, making no progress.
Yeah, suppressed because they're fucking sick of it. Boy, I wonder why. So they got to do a little extra work for those people, or those souls or spirits, because they're not well indoctrinated enough, and they need a little, little caning. They need to get in line. Start knowing your role. It's unbelievable to me just how big this operation is. And when you see it, it's massive. It's absolutely massive.
Each body has contaminated them a little more. I work with these souls more than the ones who have had terrible energy damage, either from one or many lives. Dr. N: do the souls whose energy has been gradually depleted ask for help, or are they forced to come to the holding ground? Subject, promptly: no one is forced. They cry for help because they have become totally ineffectual, repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Their teachers see they do not recover sufficiently between lives. They want regeneration. Dr. N: does the same cry for help come from souls who have been severely damaged? Subject, pause: perhaps less so. It is possible that a life is so destructive it has damaged the identity of the soul. Dr. N: such as being involved with cruel acts of violence. Subject: that would be one reason, yes. Dr. N: Salim, please give me as many details as you can about what happens when you are called to the holding ground to work on a case with severely depleted or altered energy. Subject: before meeting the new arrival, One of the restoration masters outlines the meridians of energy we will be regenerating. We review what is known about the damaged soul. Dr. N. This sounds like you are surgeons, preparing for a procedure with x-rays before the operation.
Seriously, let's just call it what it is. The ones that are damaged are the ones that are not falling in line as the system wants them to. The controllers are not happy. They're the ones that are probably thinking for themselves, know something's rotten, know something's really wrong, and they're questioning it probably. But they're so lost and so fucked that that there's all these things going on to try and get them in line. I know anyone that's new. I took the poll on purpose because I really probably do this more often, asking, do you know the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap to be true? Are you still learning, or is it not happening? And we got about 24% who are still learning and not sure yet. That's great. I welcome you. I do. And it takes some time to see it. So I really am extending my hand out and saying to those who are still on the fence, just stick with it. Just stick with it. In time, you'll see it. I promise you, if you just dedicate some time to this, you'll see it. It's one of those truths that, like I said earlier, that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's pervasive. I mean, it's all over the place. And it covers a certain amount of topics. And I do have an upcoming video series that will help you investigate it for yourself. It's taking me quite some time, so it's still not ready yet, but I'll be releasing, a video or two at a time in an effort to help those who are still on the fence. And in the meantime, videos like this will come out where I'm doing a commentary, and it's all in an effort to get as many eyes and ears on this topic as possible. Because right now we're in a really, really extremely lucky position where we have access to tons of information. We're so lucky, for as screwed up as things are, guys. We are extremely lucky that we have access to all this information and that we can see and hear this information and call it out for what it is. So hang with me. Do your own research too, please, because I don't expect anyone to believe me. Do your own research, and you'll see it. And if I can help along the way, I'll do what I can. And I'm easily accessible. I'll try and answer questions. You can email me at foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's all together. Don't put the channel in there, and you could just put in the topic question or something like that. So that was just a quick one, just to reach out to those who left that response.
Subject, with delight. Yes, this gives me an idea of what to expect in three-dimensional imagery. I love the challenges involved with energy repair. Dr. N. Okay, take me through this process. Subject. From my perspective, there are 3 steps. We begin by examining all particles of damaged energy. Then these dark areas of blockage are removed, and what is left, the voids, are rewoven with an infusion of new purified light energy. It is overlaid and melded into the repaired energy for strengthening. Dr. N. And does reweaving energy mean reshaping to you, as opposed to something even more radical? Subject. Yes. Dr. N. Are you personally involved with all phases of this operation? Subject. No. I am being trained in the first step of assessment and can assist a little with the second step, where the modifications are not as complex. Dr. N. Before you actually begin to work, what do you see when a soul's energy has been severely damaged? Subject. Damaged energy looks like a cooked egg. where the white light has solidified and hardened. We must soften this and fill the black voids. Dr. N, let's talk a moment about this blackened energy. Subject interrupts. I should have added that the damaged energy can also create lesions. These fissures are voids themselves, caused by radical physical or emotional damage. Dr. N, what are the effects of disrupted energy on the incarnated soul? Subject, pause. Where the energy
I find it interesting they use the term fissures.
is mottled, not distributed evenly. This is due to long-term energy deterioration. Dr. N, you talked about rearranging and repairing old energy with new purified energy for healing. How is this done? Subject, by intense charge beams. It is delicate work because you must keep your own vibrational tuning in matched sequences with that generated by the soul. Dr. N, oh, so this becomes personal. A master's own energy is used as a conduit? Subject, yes, but there are other sources of new purified energy that I don't use or know much about because of my lack of experience.
You see how there's this a never-ending pyramid scheme going on. It's, think about it. If you could just continually drag along a spirit and soul that is in this never-ending loop of reincarnation, and then what you do is you dangle the carrot on the stick. You dangle that carrot, and then okay, well, you'll learn this lesson on energy healing or energy rejuvenation, whatever you want to term it, after this lifetime, and we'll get together, we'll talk about it after you die, and then you'll get a little more information, but then you got to go back down and be in a body, and then you'll die again, and then you'll get a little bit more. It's this big carrot and stick game going on, even with the ones that are playing the game. Yes, they're lost, but they're playing the game. They think they're doing good, almost, in a sense here. You can see that in this one. Doesn't make it right. Yeah. I mean, or maybe they don't think they're doing good. Maybe they know what they're doing, and we're just getting a sanitized version of what's going on, which we mostly are, obviously, with many of these cases. So, just something to think about.
Dr. N, Salim, you have told me how warped energy is softened and allowed to flow back onto the right spaces. But introducing new purified energy concerns me. With all that reconfiguration, aren't you changing the immortal identity of these souls? Subject, no, we have altered to strengthen what is there, to bring the soul close to its original form. We don't want this to happen again. We don't want them back. Dr. N, is there some way you can test your repair work after it is completed? Subject, yes, we can place a field of simulated negative energy around the regenerated soul, as a liquid, to see if this can filter through the structure of our repairs. As I said, we don't want them back. Dr. N, one last question, Salim. When you are finished, what happens to the regenerated soul? Subject, it varies. All of them stay with us a while. There is healing with sound, vibrational music, light, color. And when these souls are released, much care is taken with their next incarnations and the selections of bodies. Sighs. If the soul has been in a body that damaged others in former lives, well, we have fortified these souls to go back and begin again. My next case is an example of severe remodeling. Case 21 involves a particular class of soul I call the hybrid soul. In Chapter 8, Case 61 is another representative of this type of soul. I believe the hybrid souls are especially prone to self-destruction on Earth because they have incarnated on alien worlds before coming here fairly recently. There are hybrid souls who have great difficulty adapting to our planet. If I find this to be true, it is probable their first incarnation here was within the last few thousand years. The others have already adapted or left Earth for good. Less than a quarter of all my clients are able to recall memories of visiting other worlds between lives. This activity by itself does not make them hybrids. An even smaller percentage of my cases have memories of actually incarnating on alien worlds before they came to Earth. These are the hybrid souls. The hybrid is usually an older soul who, for a number of reasons, has decided to complete their physical lives on our planet. Their old worlds may no longer be habitable, or they may have lived on a gentle world where life was just too easy, and they want a difficult challenge with a world like Earth that has not yet reached its potential. Regardless of the circumstances for a soul leaving a world, I have found these former incarnations typically involve life forms which were slightly above, about equal, or slightly below the intelligence capabilities of the human brain. This is by design. Hybrid souls who have formerly incarnated on planets with civilizations possessing a much higher technology than Earth, such as those with space travel abilities, are smarter because they are an older race. Also, I have noticed that when I do have a hybrid soul as a client with former experience on a telepathic world, they tend to have greater psychic abilities than normal. Sometimes, a hybrid client will confuse their early incarnations on other physical worlds with being on Earth until we sort out that their first world only resembled a place on Earth. Visions of once living on the island nation of Atlantis is a good example. Without discounting the possibility that Atlantis once existed on Earth thousands of years ago, I believe the source of many earthly myths come from our soul memories of former existences on other worlds. I think hybrid soul is an appropriate term for those souls among us of mixed incarnation origins. Such souls have developed from being in hosts that are genetically different than humans. I have seen gifted people in this life who started their development on another world. Nevertheless, there is a dark side to this experience, as a Level 5 subject in training to be a restoration master will explain. Case 21. Dr. N. Since you work with the severely damaged souls, can you give me a little more information about your duties? Subject. I'm in a special section, working with those souls who have become lost in a morass of evil. Dr. N. After learning this subject works only with those souls from Earth who have incarnated on other worlds before they came to Earth. In this section, are these the hybrid souls I have heard about? Subject. Yes, in a restoration area where we deal with those who have become atrocity souls. Dr. N.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job with the atrocity souls. Yeah, we can see that, right? I mean, history just shows how overwhelmingly amazing this system works. It really, it's paying off. All this work is just, it's incredible. I mean, it's a utopia down here on Earth. It always has been. No, there's no historic narrative at all to show that this shit has been the same way the entire time. Come on.
Terrible name to call a soul. Subject. I'm sorry you are bothered by this, but what else would you call a being associated with acts of evil that are so serious they are unsalvageable in their present state? Dr. N. I know, but the human body had a lot to do with... Subject, cutting me off. We don't consider that to be an excuse. Dr. N. Okay, then please continue with the nature of your work. Subject. I am a second-stage restorer. Dr. N. What does that mean? Subject. When these souls lose their bodies, they are met by their guides and perhaps one close friend. That first stage does not last long. and then the souls who have been involved with horrible acts are brought here to us. Dr. N, why doesn't the first stage last as long as with other souls? Subject, we don't want them to begin to forget the impact of their deeds, the harm and pain they caused on earth. The second stage separates them from the uncontaminated souls. Dr. N, this sounds like you are running a leper colony. Subject, abruptly, I am not amused by that remark. Dr. N, after apologizing, you are not saying that all souls who commit evil acts are hybrid souls, as you define them. Subject, of course not. That's my section. But you should understand some real monsters on Earth are hybrids.
Oh, we got some truths going on here. We've got again being upset at the confrontation. I'm just going to rewind it a little bit because it's an interesting exchange here. I'm going to go back about 20 seconds.
The second stage separates them from the uncontaminated souls. Dr. N, this sounds like you are running a leper colony. Subject, abruptly.
Kind of like what's going on today, or where things may be headed if you're not playing along with the narrative since the beginning of 2020. There's going to be two classes of society, more than likely.
I am not amused by that remark.
Not happy.
Dr. N, after apologizing, you are not saying that all souls who commit evil acts are hybrid souls, as you define them. Subject, of course not. That's my section. But you should understand some real monsters on Earth are hybrids. Dr. N, I thought the spirit world was a place of order, with masters of superior knowledge. If these hybrid souls are contaminated abnormalities in human form, souls with the inability to adjust to the emotional makeup of the human body, why were they sent here?
I cannot stand this line of questioning by Newton. I think it's leading and disgusting. And it just implants ideas into the person who's being regressed. We saw a much different approach in the first book. And I feel in this book, there's more leading questions. Not a ton of them, but way, way out of line than the first book. I'll just leave it at that.
Formalities in human form, souls with the inability to adjust to the emotional makeup of the human body. Why were they sent here? This indicates to me the spirit world is not infallible. Subject, a vast majority are fine, and they make great contributions to human society. You would have us deny all souls the opportunity to come to Earth because some turn out badly? Dr. N, no, of course not. Let's move on. What do you do with these souls? Subject, others, way above me, examine their contaminated energy in light of just how the world of their earlier experience impacted on their human body. They want to know if this was an isolated case, or if other souls from that planet have problems on Earth. If that is true, other souls from that world might not be permitted to come to Earth again. Dr. N, please tell me more about your section. Subject, my area is not devoted to souls who have committed one serious act of wrongdoing. We work with habitually cruel lifestyles. These souls are then given a choice. We will do our best to clean up their energy by rehabilitation, and if we think they are salvageable, they are offered a choice to come back to Earth in roles where they will receive the same type of pain they caused, only multiplied. Dr. N, could a salvageable soul be one who committed terrible atrocities in life, but showed great remorse? Subject, probably. Dr. N, I thought karmic justice was not punitive. Subject, it's not. The offer represents an opportunity for stabilization and redemption. It usually will take more than one life to endure an equal measure of the same kind of pain they cause to many people. That's why I said multiplied. Dr. N. Even so, I suppose most souls take this option? Subject. You are mistaken. Most are too fearful that they will fall again into the same patterns. They also lack the courage to be victims in a number of future lives. Dr. N. If they won't come back to Earth, then what do you do? Subject. These souls will then go the way of those souls we consider to be unsalvageable.
Did you hear that? Boom, boom. That's a truth bomb all up in your face. All up in your face. Listen to it. I know. I'm just having fun with it, guys. Don't mind me. I'm going to rewind that because that is a very, very revealing moment in this exchange.
Fall
Here
again
we go.
into the same patterns. They also lack the courage to be victims in a number of future lives. Dr. N.
They lack the courage to be victims. Oh, God forbid. These freaking credence. Oh, how dare they?
If they won't come back to Earth, then what do you do? Subject. These souls will then go the way of those souls we consider to be unsalvageable. We will then disseminate their energy.
We will then disseminate their energy. Can you believe that this is here? It's just... Well, no, I can't say I can't believe it. It's a slip up. It really feels like a slip up, this one. It's right. It's spoken right there in your face. Those that want to basically be independent are cast aside and unruly and basically belong in a prison. That's what we're getting out of this. You can explain it away all you want if you choose to, but we're getting the truth here in a huge way.
Dr. N. Earth. Then what do you do? Subject. These souls will then go the way of those souls we consider to be unsalvageable. We will then disseminate their energy. Dr. N. Is this a form of remodeling energy or what? Subject. Ah, yes, we call it the breaking up of energy. That's what dissemination means. Certainly it is remodeled. We break up their energy into particles. Dr. N. I thought energy could not be destroyed. Aren't you destroying the identity of these contaminated souls? Subject. The energy is not destroyed. It is changed and converted. We might mix one particle of the old energy with 9 particles of new, fresh energy provided for our use.
Yeah, you're gonna manipulate it until you comply, until you go along for the ride. We're gonna figure out a way to keep you here, and to prevent you from doing your thing of your own free will and sovereign desires.
The dilution will make that which is contaminated ineffectual, but a small part of the original identity remains intact. Dr. N. So the negative badness energy is mixed with overdoses of new goodness energy to render the contaminated soul harmless? Subject laughs. Not necessarily goodness, but rather freshness. Dr. N. Why would any soul resist dissemination? Subject. Even those souls who accept these procedures for their own benefit recover and eventually lead productive lives on Earth and elsewhere. There are souls who will not stand for any loss of identity. Dr. N. Then what happens to these souls who refuse your help? Subject. Many will just go into limbo, to a place of solitude. I don't know what will eventually happen to them. As I have said before,
Unbelievable truth bombs in this story. It's just plastered all over the place. And probably the most telling case we've heard yet. And there's others to come, but this one is where the real truth is coming out. Something slipped through the cracks, and we're getting access to it. It's showing, basically, that there is a problem for those who are not complying. And they're the equivalent of gum on the shoe, okay? Until they can fix the problem. So I really, really hope that anyone listening or new to the concept here with the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap heard that and how important it is, because it's really, really a crucial moment in the book.
soul contamination does not only come from the physical body. Certainly, the energy damage described in the last two cases indicates that souls themselves are impure beings who also contribute to their own distress. Before continuing, I want to make a statement about karmic choices here that is important for all of us to keep in mind. When we see people who are victims of great adversity in life, this does not necessarily mean they were perpetrators of evil or wrongdoing of any kind in a former life. A soul with no such past associations might choose to suffer through a particular aspect of emotional pain to learn greater compassion and empathy for others by volunteering in advance for a life of travail. There are cases when a soul's energy damage is moderate, requiring special attention, but not to the degree where a restoration master is needed.
Remember, volunteering and agreeing. Those are some words being thrown around. Again, we have consent being shown and the importance of consent. You don't have to go along for the ride. If you just shut it down at the time of bodily death, or leading up to and at the time of bodily death, you choose to refuse these illusions and stand your ground for yourself once and for all, you'll be okay. You don't have to answer to anything or anyone. The power is within. Self-empowerment. It's all within you. Don't let these fuckers win. Don't. Who knows if you'll have the opportunity to have a life again down the road where you'll have access to this information that we have today. It very well may occur, but it may be 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 lifetimes from now. Who knows? Don't mess with this. Don't take the chance. If you truly do not want to come back here, just stand your ground. What's going to happen? What, are you going to get guilt shamed by these things? If you shut them down, it's okay. You shut them down, they're not going to interfere with you. They need your consent just for mere interaction. Don't give it to them. They're not deserving of it. You're so much more than this, and you deserve better.
The following quote is a report from a client about a gifted healing soul who works at a recovery station. I think of her as a combat nurse managing a field hospital.
A bullshit
and
nurse.
My client agrees. Oh, it's Numi. I'm so glad. I haven't seen her in about 3 or 4 lives. But her deprogramming and restoration energy techniques are just superlative.
Yeah, just 3 or 4 lives. No big deal. No big deal.
There are 5 others being attended to in this place whom I don't know. Numi comes over and clasps me to her. She gets inside me and blends my tired energy with her own. I feel the infusion of her stimulating vibrations, and she performs a tiny bit of reshaping. It is as if I am receiving a gentle reaffirmation of that which created my own energy. Soon I am ready to leave, and Numi gives me a beautiful smile goodbye till next time. Souls of Solitude. In the last chapter, I explained how certain dysfunctional souls who have just experienced physical death leave their bodies and go into seclusion for a time. They are not ghosts, but they don't accept death, and they don't want to go home. The low percentage of souls in my practice within this category are at an impasse with themselves. Their major symptom is one of avoidance. Eventually, they are coaxed by empathetic guides to return to the heart of the spirit world. I called them the souls of silence. I also mentioned that it is considered a part of normal activity for healthy souls in the spirit world to engage in periods of quiet time away from others. Besides reflecting upon their goals, souls may use this interval to reach out and touch people they left behind on earth. However, there is another category of silent soul whom I see as a soul in solitude, as opposed to a soul in seclusion. It may seem as if I am splitting hairs here, but there are major differences. Souls who wish solitude are healthy souls who have been through the recovery process, and yet they still strongly feel the effects of negative energy contamination. Here is a case in point. After every life, I go to a place of sanctuary for quiet reflection. I review what I want to save and integrate from the last body, and what should be discarded. Right now, I am saving courage and getting rid of my inability to sustain personal commitment. For me, this is a place of sorting. What I decide to keep becomes part of my character. The rest is thrown off. Only a certain type of soul engages in this activity for a prolonged period. Often, they are more advanced souls who are more reflective if they are alone. This type of soul might be a natural leader who is drained of energy by defending other people. One such soul of this class is Achem, who is a soul devoted to causes for the betterment of others, often at his own expense. Case 22.
All right.
In this subject's past life.
Okay. So I am just going to take a quick note, really quick. Staircase 22. Okay. All right. So, sure that's not okay. Oh, that looks like Streamlabs giving me a problem. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna probably leave it at that. I may come back tomorrow. We'll see. And do a few more. If not, sometime within the next few days, we'll arrive and we'll arrive with part 3. So I really appreciate everyone today. Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate a few things really quickly. I have 2 YouTube backup channels. You can find those in the description or in the About section of the channel. I mean, they're everywhere. And I also have an Odyssey account where I do exclusive streams on Odyssey. And you can find out various other truths there that are not suppressed. Some helpful, some bullshit, like anything else. And there's an invite link. So if you haven't used Odyssey yet and you like what you see, consider using the invite link I popped in there, because what it does is help promote my channel over on that platform. So anything with that is much appreciated. Not required, of course. And I also have a Twitter. which I rarely use, but it's kind of just there. All these things are there as a backup just in case something should ever happen here. And I also suggest anyone listening today, I keep getting messages from people saying that they're not getting notifications, this and that, blah, blah, blah. There's not much I can suggest except making sure that you're clicking the bell with all notifications. Short of that, there's nothing else I can really do. So instead of just occasional notifications, you get all. I'm not crazy with posting content. I go in my phases where I'll publish a few things here and there, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll publish a few things, and then take a break. So it's kind of a cycle with me. You're never gonna have your feeds, your notification feeds, blowing up. And especially with the backup channels, those are just there as a precaution. I may use them at some point for something else, but as of this moment, they are what they are for a reason. Just in case. It's a way for us to stay in touch with one another. I also will be opening up a website. I'm still trying to figure out a bunch of things with that, but I have some big plans. Whether it takes off the way I'm hoping it does, where it could be a almost private sanctuary for us, I don't know. I guess it depends on the level of interest and how comfortable people are with going outside of YouTube and kind of dedicating more time there. But these are things I'm willing to try because I would really like to have a safe area where anyone can say anything they want and not have to worry. And unfortunately, we don't have that capability here. And anywhere else that is controlled by an outside force. That includes even Odyssey. Okay, I mean, Odyssey is a nice platform. I like it, but I'm under no illusion that it's run by people with our best interest. It seems to be that way. Just like when BitChute came out. Same type of thing. And BitChute is a shit show. But it's something. It's a way for us to look at things that otherwise cannot be found on this platform. So make of it what you will. Feel free to join me when the website does come out. There'll be some extras and things that you can interact with and almost like I was saying, like a place for us to meet and be able to talk about these things and not worry about anything. And I'm making sure of that. That's my number one goal. I'm not going to just sign up with any web hosting place and have us prone to censorship. I'm not going to do that. So I'm really going out of my way to make sure that whoever I choose to go with will honor freedom of speech. And so we'll see how it goes. I'm willing to put out the money there and the effort to build it. And if it goes, that's great. If not, that's okay too. But I'll try it out for a year and we'll see what happens. So I don't want to keep rambling too much. I really appreciate everyone spending their day with me, their afternoon, their morning, their evening, whatever time it may be. And for those catching the replay, thank you for watching. Much appreciated. And I hope that everyone out there who is on the fence will eventually come around to it. And there's no time expectation with all this. I think everyone needs to learn this material at the pace that's easy for them. It's not an easy truth. There's There's flat out there's mental health repercussions that come along with this information, and I'm very sympathetic to that, and caring and loving and compassionate, all that stuff. I I understand. I've been through it myself. So I get it when I see messages from people who are upset and taking it the wrong way. I have a very understanding heart, okay? And I respect it. I don't take things personally because I've seen it a lot and I've experienced it myself. So please hang in there. It'll be okay. The overarching message is so important, my friends. And it's that of sovereignty and liberation. You don't have to worry ever again once you're done here. It's done. It's over. You're okay. You just have to stand your ground. A lot of people ask me, what's the status of the Exit the Reincarnation Soul Trap video that I planned. It's going to be in the research guide series. But I'm just going to tell you flat out, it's very simple. My method is very simple. Everything is based on consent, and you just have to shut down the illusions. It's that simple. I find that the most complicated things you could think of in life have the easiest answers. And what we see is consent constantly appearing all over the place. Yes, there were agreements that were made before we came here that we are probably not even capable of grasping at this point, or perhaps never, or at least until we leave the body, okay? And then there are things that point towards consent being the absolute king of all king truths, with the exception of, obviously, the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. And I really cannot stress enough, take comfort in knowing that you have so much more power than you've been led to believe. Seriously. Don't let the system get a hold of you too much. I know in these times it's difficult, but trust me when I say, if you just stand your ground when your time comes, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. And perhaps you may want to go and explore other realms down the road after you've taken a break and left here and know you're out of here. That's great. I truly believe that, just from my own makeup and probably many people here, that we are very curious spirits, okay? And this place was appealing. It was something different. And we got caught up in the shuffle. We got distracted. We got invested in relationships. We got invested in all sorts of things. Pets, money, materialistic goods, boats, cars, castles, houses. Who knows? All we have to go on is this lifetime, and if you work on some past life regression, you could probably pump out some other things that involve lifetimes of excess, lifetimes of complete despair. The point is we have continually allowed ourselves to let it consume us. And what does materialistic life involve? Consuming. We've allowed that. And it's time to just face it head on and say, okay, all right, I see a general overview of what's going on here. I don't like it. I don't like being told what the fuck to do. Nobody tells us what to do anymore. Those days are over. and we're going to stand our ground. So when the time comes that we are to leave this place, we're not going to end up back here. And we're not going to end up in some astral realm of fuckery either. So I think I'll leave it at that. I just want to make sure that there's some encouragement and understanding that everything will be okay. It'll be okay. I know it's fucked up. I know. But it's okay. You're not going to have to come back here again. What really, just to say a few more things, what drives me to do these videos is that it's completely and insanely unfair what's going on here and what's going on in the astral realms. It's beyond words, okay? How much anger I can hold for the atrocities. And my drive is to make as many people aware as possible. And anyone who gets in anyone who gets in my fucking way, like what happened not that long ago, I'll handle it the way I handle it. And if you don't like it, tough shit. I don't owe anyone anything. What I do owe is the people that are watching respectable referrals to channels that are doing well, that have the best of humanity in their minds. And anyone I feel that does not have that, I might not call them out. But for those that have tried to infiltrate this channel, I'm very good at finding shit out. And I won't stand for it. Leave us the fuck alone. Nobody needs your distractions. I've been through it before, and I'll probably go through it again. But I'm just going to put out a warning that if this channel's fucked with, I'll go on a rampage and expose it all. I'll start naming names. I've said before to the agents listening that if this channel is messed with, what I will do is start naming names. And I have backlogs of information. And I don't care how many channels you delete, I will make it a mission of mine to continually expose it. Okay? There is an unspoken agreement that I've put out there that if you leave it alone, what's going on here, I'm not going to name names. But I will start naming names if I'm pushed to it. I'll leave it at that. You get the point. Don't fuck with these people. All right. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm sorry to end it like that, but it needed to be said. All right. Much love and blessings to you all. I'll see y'all soon. You know what I'll do? I'll do a 5-minute closeout of the 5-minute countdown screen on the way out, and we can have a short chat, and then I might see some of you in the Discord later on.